talk about Afram. Yeah, secondly, so talk about Afram. So we're going to go over
Honorable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this youth impact parliament. Grant that it may perform this high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the executive director of the movement. Endow members of parliament with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of this youth parliament, the interests and wishes of members will be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our youth parliament. Fare us, it might be, a fraternity of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a fraternity of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a fraternity of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving. A fraternity of peace, where the youth parliament shall rest on the will of its members and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Youth Impact Parliament and Ghana. Amen. Honourable members, you may resume your seats. Honourable members, welcome to the sixth sitting of the second session of the second Parliament of Youth Impact Parliament of YIP. We shall proceed to item 2 on the order paper, communication from founders. Honourable members, on behalf of the founders of this initiative, I want to congratulate you all as this House is getting close to its dissolution, hopefully in August. And we wish you well in your endeavors as you end your tenure in 2 months. I thank you. Yay. Honourable members, we move to item 3 on the order paper, communication from the Speaker. Honourable members, at this point in time, may I acknowledge the presence of Honourable Mawunyo Agbe, who is the presiding member of the whole Municipal Assembly here in our midst today. Yeah. He is here to give us exposure on what happens in his chamber. As a matter of fact, we are actually in his house. This is where his house meets. So with all due respect, Honorable, may we proceed to use the venue. Thank you. Yeah. Honourable members, also here with me is Honourable or Mr. Joshua Tetteh. He is a research assistant at the Parliamentary Service of Ghana. Yeah. He is also here to give us exposure on what happens in Parliament and Parliamentary Service itself. As a technical university material, it is very good to have someone like him over there. And we are grateful to have him here. And also to add, he is also the rep of, if I'm sure, GetFund, representing students. I'm very sure in the business committee report, an in-depth report to be given on proceedings for today. So I want to welcome you all to today's proceedings. roughly, we move straight to item 4 on the order paper, Business Committee Report. May I invite the Majority Leader, Honorable Amanor Narh, UFMP for Ningo Prampram, to give us the reports of the Business Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guys out there. Speaker, I thank you for this day, and I thank all honorable members who are beautifully and handsomely sitting here for coming for today's sitting. So, from our last sitting, as we discussed, that today's sitting will be held here. We had a couple of meetings as a committee, as well as having few engagement, asking who to bring as our guest of honor. So I had some few conversations with Honorable Tetteh as far as him coming today to give us exposure on parliamentary service, as well as Mr. Speaker engaging the presiding member for the whole municipal assembly, and then thank God today we have them beautifully sitting here. As to the motion for today's sitting, as we can all see on the other paper, government neglect of agric, the prime cause of galamsey in Ghana. So the motion for today's sitting is government's neglect of agric is the prime cause of galamsey in Ghana. So minority is speaking for the motion, and then majority is speaking against the motion. So Mr. Speaker, in respect to what we discussed as business committee, as far as today's sitting is concerned, it's just what I've just laid before the House for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Honourable members, any comments on the motion, on the committee report? I believe there are no comments. In the absence of any comments on the report, the business committee report for today's sitting is hereby adopted as business to be transacted for today's sitting. Honourable members, before I proceed with item 5 on the order paper, may I humbly acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Executive Directors of YIP Department here with us. We have on the left side of the House the Deputy Executive Director in charge of Humanitarian Affairs and also the Chief Officer of Youth Impact Movement, Honorable Raymond Elikemagu. And on our left side is the Deputy Executive Director of Youth Impact Movement in charge of Parliamentary Affairs, Honorable Amanor. And seated on both sides of the House is honorable members of the Second Parliament. At this hour, may I plead on the House to relax the rules to allow our guest speaker and guest of honor to present and speak to us seated from their position. As you know, we are not using a public address system, and due to the horseshoe arrangement that we are using, it will be unfair to the majority if they stand over there and be stretching their necks. So may I plead on the House to allow them to speak from where they are seated. At this point in time, may I proceed to call on Mr. Joshua Tetteh, who is a research assistant at Parliamentary Service of Ghana, to speak to us. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members seated in this sitting of Parliament, sitting past Parliament. I bring you warm greetings from Accra. It's nice to meet with you and engage and interact on a platform like this. I think that I had wanted to take advantage of this sitting to share some more insights with you on some of the things that go on in Parliament, which we are mimicking here. But I also thought it wise that I'll come this time and observe your sitting and see how things are done here. And based on that, I'll be able to come another time and then present some of the things that I feel needs to be done, but we are not doing, or something of that sort. And so for today's meeting and for my engagement with you, I'll share my experience with how good you can make use of this platform that you have, and some of the ways that you can get out of this place and become better people having gone through youth impact parliament. And so, like we all know, and before I even go there, I want to say a very big thank you to Right Honorable Speaker and all the brains behind youth impact parliament, and for that matter, the movement. Because if you realize, if you look at almost all the people who are making it in our space, talking about Parliament of Ghana, talking about almost every aspect of our daily life. If you look at almost all the people that are making it, you could see that at every stage of their lives, they had platforms that they could stand on. They had platforms that could project them to wherever they are and whoever they have become. And that is why a platform like this is very good for us and good that we take advantage of. If you look at the music industry, and you take for instance somebody like Sir Kodzi, for those of you who might have known about his story, he started with this Kasahari rap on then Adum FM in Tema Committee 2. And that was the platform for him. That is how come he developed and became the Sir Kodzi that we are seeing today. If you look at the football arena, people like Messi, Ronaldo, and all those ones, they had platforms which projected them to become the players that we have celebrated for decades and counting. If you look at the political arena, people like the Honorable Kujetwa Blafwa, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, they have all had platforms through student leadership, where they learned the things that they are doing now at that stage. And today we see them and we admire them so well. And so all that I want to say to you is that this platform that you have is very good, and we need to take good advantage of it. I heard Right Honorable Speaker saying that this is almost, I don't know if your last but one meeting to dissolution or something. So it means that you are even living, and most of the things I have wished to say about platforms might not necessarily relate to you. It will be good for people who are now starting, and they would really need to understand the essence of opportunities like this so that they will take things very serious. But I mean, with the little I've established on how you will need platform at every stage of your life to succeed, I believe that you'll be able to carry through, and you'll get to understand that whatever you have done so far throughout your tenure of office as members of parliament representing the various constituencies in this house is nothing that you have, it's not something you've done in vain. It is something that as you proceed, and especially if you have political interest, you realize that it's going to help you so well. Because I mean, if you have been observing, you yourself can attest to the fact that some of the MPs who did not get opportunities like this, they did not get platforms like this, if you look at the way they speak, you realize that there are one or two questions about it. Some of them, even the speech, what to even say and all these kind of things, and it is because they did not get opportunities like this. But we have gotten these opportunities, and it is very good. If you go to the US, UK, they have things like this. They even have it to the extent of moot courts, where you have a judge and you have people who will be, acting as lawyers, clients, and all those things, also practicing some of these things, especially because that is their area of interest. Parliamentary democracy, we have it in Ghana here. And I mean, some of us will say that parliament is the engine of our government system, even though we always say that when there is a coup, it is parliament that suffers most. There is also the case that without parliament, nothing really can go on if really we are practicing democracy, because the executive needs parliament to function, the judiciary needs parliament to function. The executive needs parliament through approval of budgets, bills, and all those things. The judiciary needs parliament to function through the laws that are made for them and all those stuff. And so if you look at the essence of parliament and the fact that we have those of us sitting here and practicing what parliament does, which will take us into the future, you definitely get to know that this is a very good platform that we need to take good advantage of. And like I was saying earlier, perhaps we may think that parliament in context is just about politicians, but it's not necessarily the case. Parliament works with a whole lot of stakeholders and others, and so anybody seated here, even if you don't have plans to become a member of parliament one day, you definitely, through whatever you have practiced here and whatever you have learned here, will help you to become relevant to Mother Ghana in future. For instance, there are a number of advocacy groups which, whenever there is a bill in place, they may find interest and write memorandum to Parliament on the bill and make inputs and all these kind of things. Through your exposure here, through whatever you have practiced here, you may be able to set up any of these advocacy or pressure groups. Whatever Parliament does, you'll be able to make inputs. You also become relevant in that space, and you'll be contributing to the development of our country. So it's not just about those of us who want to aspire to be in Parliament one day, that some of these platforms are good for us. And that is why I think that we should take very good advantage of it. Having said much about platforms, I want to link it to how well we make networks out of these platforms. Many times you hear networks and people think it's just some, big term or big something somewhere. It is just the friendship we make. But of course, network goes beyond the normal friend of I know you, you know me. As they say, who is your friend? And who is your friend carries a lot of weight. Your friend must be somebody that on any day you can rely on for anything. Your friend must be somebody that shares in your ambitions and your aspirations. Your friend must be somebody that at least you can relate with a person to achieve your dreams while the person also achieves his or her dreams. And that is why it is very good that we take advantage of opportunities or platforms like this to network. Because if you come to Parliament, and because Right Honorable Speaker said I was going to share, expose you to things that happen there, I may relate my pointers to things that go on there. I've already related how platforms like this has helped the Honorable Okujetu and Honorable Haruna Idrisu and the rest. Going to networks, many times you hear when they are doing these primaries and stuff, you get to know about how not long ago NDC had the primaries. There were a good number of NPP MPs who had friends on the other side in the NDC, and they came through with support. It might be financial, it might be calls to some one or two people who can assist with logistics and all these things. It is because of the wealth of network that they've built for themselves that this is going on. Soon MPP will have their primaries, and the same thing is expected to happen to those on the other side. Or better still, when the NDC is in power very soon, it's most likely that some of the MPs who are in MPP now, and because they have friends with the NDC MPs, they have assisted them in one way or the other, you will get them supporting them. This is the more reason why when it comes to approval of ministers, you sometimes see the way the voting goes, and people may not understand and all those things. They have gone beyond just colleagues in Parliament to more of valuable networks of friends who are there to help each other, share ideas, contribute to the development and growth of each other and all those types. And this is where we started. This is where we learn it from. And this is where we build it from. You will be contesting in your constituency, that's if you have ambitions for Parliament one day. And one of you here who is also well established and well positioned somewhere else because of the network you have established will be the one that is going to play that key role in whatever support you will need in that ambition. It could be the case that because you didn't even value what you are doing now and you didn't establish that good network, who knows? That person might have all you need to succeed, but there's that linkage or connection to get this will not necessarily be there. And so I would also want to encourage all of us so that we take good advantage of the network that we are establishing here. We take good advantage of the people we are meeting here and make good friends out of this so that whilst growing, we grow together, we assist each other, and then we rise together. When you look at the name of your parliament or your movement, Youth Impact, I want to focus on the word impact. Of course, you may have the platform, you may have the network or the friendships, but if you don't make the impact, what will become the use of you? With apologies to some of the MPs that might have lost their seats or primaries. Not all of them do not necessarily work. But you and I will agree that as it stands now, people like Honorable Okujetu, I will use him again, and Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and a few of them are people that if you really want to contest them in their constituencies, either for primaries or for general elections, I don't know what will be your intention, but it's going to be something that you really have to decide that I'm going in for this to win, and I really wonder how you may have to. It's because of the impact they are making. So you will have the platform, you have the networks, but if you don't take advantage of it and make impact, you are going to be lost in the system. And so this is also one of the areas I want to advertise our attention to. Let's try and make impact in whatever space we find ourselves. There are so many ways we can make an impact. In the Youth Impact Parliament, how you contribute what you are known for is the way you are making an impact. In your various communities where you came from, your constituencies, those of you who are already engaged in politics and all that, there are ways you can make an impact. Community services, volunteerism, all these are ways that you can make an impact so that in the future, people can look at these things and make recommendations for you. People can look at these things and know you for what you stand for. And if there is anything, you are the first point of call when it comes to some of this. So please, I also want to let us know about how important it is to make an impact. Else, you'll be good, you have the platform, you have the networks, but you will not be known for anything, you can't stand for anything, and you'll fade out very soon. Having spoken about impact, I may want to also, talk a little about transition, since very soon we are about dissolving and then we'll leave our parliament here. What will be the plan? I think most of you are also final years who are leaving school, and you are leaving Youth Impact Parliament too. I don't know if there is opportunity to come back when you are done with school.
Oh, yes. They can still reapply and get into the next part.
That's good. But let me situate in the context of leaving school, and for that matter, you are leaving. How do you transition out there? What would be your ambitions, your aspirations? Would you want to be in politics? Would you want, the first place, would you even want to be in leadership? Would you want to be in governance? And when it comes to leadership, which type of leadership would you want to aspire to be? Is it political leadership? Is it religious leadership or church leadership? Is it business, entrepreneurial leadership? All these are things that you need to advertise your attention to and have an exit plan as you transit from here to wherever you are going to find yourself. And so this is also one of the areas I want, because most times you see a good number of you doing this, but about 2-3 years to come, just about 1 or 2 people will be seen out there making impacts, or living the dream, or doing things that are related to the things that you have practiced here. And why does it happen so? It is because people did not really take time to plan their exit or transition from whatever you are doing now into the world out there. And so I want to also encourage us to have time, look at our interests and aspirations or ambitions, where they fall in. If it is political, you know that Ghana as we stand now, NDC or MPP, you have to choose one. The others, you go and choose any of them. I don't know when you come to power. So you have to identify any of them and your interests, and the ideologies, and perhaps if you may be a bit political, you may be a bit strategic about winning elections, about which of them in your area can take you far or can take you fast. All these things must be things you must consider. If it's not about political and it's about, like I mentioned, business or entrepreneur, maybe you want to be like the despites and the rest, you must know who to follow, how to do your things, so that at the end of the day, you too can rise and get to that level and become that kind of person. If it's about Papa or Sofo or Chief Imam, that one, you know the people to follow. And then, so let's have a transition plan so that at least at the end of the day, whatever we have done here will be something that we'll grow with, and in about 2-3 years to come, it will not just be Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader, or Marshal, or whoever that will be seen out there, but every person who has come through this stage will be seen somewhere playing some impactful role in life and assisting. So these are some of the few things I will share with you. Like I said earlier, I wanted to come and observe today and see how you go about stuff. Then I can now come in next time and speak much about how what you do should relate with Parliament and what they expect of you, because Parliament of Ghana in some 10-15 years ago decided to establish some of these clubs, but it didn't really work out because the support wasn't coming from there as well, and then the people who, I should say, the students or the youth or student parliamentarians, did not also get a good understanding of the concept. So what was expected of them was not necessarily what was the case. For instance, in that proposal or in that architecture, what was supposed to be done is that, for instance, if there is a bill that is supposed to go to Parliament or is in Parliament, this bill will be given to youth or student parliaments at various levels for them to deliberate as though we are in the national parliament, make inputs, then whatever inputs you make would now become contributions which will be taken to national. But we are not seeing all these things, and it's because of, like I mentioned earlier, the understanding of the true concept of what this youth parliament or student parliament stands for. And so having come here today and going to experience or observe whatever you'll be doing, I'll be better positioned to come again and then engage you proper on parliamentary procedure and whatever we need to add to what you are doing here, or if everything is fine, then we'll just encourage you to continue to do more. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I may want to end here and thank everybody for their attention. If there are any questions, I'll take them after here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua Tetteh. We are grateful for your submission. And as you have requested, after this special session, we'll take pictures and then we'll go into normal business. So you can also be around. And then before you take your leave, you can make your final comments. After the Honorable Presiding Officer speaks, before we take the questions and answers actually. So we'll have them speak first before we take questions and answers. So thank you very much again. Honorable members, at this juncture, before I go, may I thank the Honorable Presiding Officer for providing us with bottled water. And if in case you are not, this one is not adequate for you, you can go and take pure water at the back and top up the bottle.
And do refill.
So, other members, on this note, may I humbly invite the Honorable Presiding Member for Home Municipal Assembly to now speak to us.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I must admit I'm so happy to be here. And I often come and hear of youth impact, right?
Yes, please.
Parliament. And I don't know this how beautiful the whole thing, the setup looks like. It's so beautiful. And already I want to believe at my next city or at our next city, I'm going to adopt this particular city. That's that one counted down. So beautiful. Yes, and then my brother from the Parliament, the research. Yes. Welcome. I don't know. Have you been before? This is the first time. You've been here before. Okay. So I'm so happy I equally learned from your submissions. And yes, because you can be in Parliament for so many years, but still your presentation may look like a new, for want of better words. Meaning the place is a place that it's not how long you stay, but how fast you have to grab the proceedings. You sometimes see some going just a term. They perform those who have been there for almost 2 decades. And there are examples I can give. So I now begin to understand this is you must start somewhere. Fact is that I may say that this leadership is all about passion. If you don't have passion for it, don't try it. It's as simple as that. If you don't have passion for leadership, why dare you bring yourself forward to be elected and given the opportunity to serve? If you know that you will not take your time and learn human behavior, and then how to react to issues, and you want to go exhibiting your emotions and the rest, then why do you force yourself? When people are talking and they are calling your phone, they are calling you day in, day out, and you are complaining that, every day my phone, every day they are calling me. What exactly do they want from me? But you understand that that is what you're choosing. You must place calls. If the calls are coming, you can't pick, you know that you have some missed calls that you have to attend to. So you begin to understand. Don't begin to get offended knowing very well that that's the nature of the work. So I keep on saying it. If you don't have the passion for leadership, don't try it, because you are going to let the people down. You only go and all you do the entire life as a leader is to be complaining. The person that's supposed to even give the solution is rather complaining. So what is the essence of putting you at the highest level? So I want to once more commend you. This is it. This is the kind of thing I wish. I've never been part of any parliament before joining as an assembly member and political level as a vice chairman of my party, the great NDC. Yeah. Constituency. Okay? And I wish I have this experience. I could have moved at a certain speed. Well, this will give you the opportunity to move at a speed when you are out there to serve the world. Thank you. So my motive is to let you understand what goes on here. One, so I keep on saying that, yes, even if you want to aspire to the top, you must begin to do local participation politics. And that one is placed within the local governance. You must begin to take decisions and see the execution of the decision. Oftentimes what we see is that, yes, people make laws. Oftentimes they are not the ones, they are supposed to make laws. Because of our nature of politics, they have to come down and even see. But here, you come and do your laws, your bylaws, and see to its execution. So that is local governance for you. So in local governance, how is the structure? It's backed by an act of parliament. And now we have what we call the Act 936, local government Act 936. That guys, this is what I have here. This is what guides us all. If you are within the local government spec, this is what we use to work at every assembly. And at every assembly, yes, the assembly members, they are more or less the board members of the assembly. They take decision and then the technocrats or the workers, the staffs implement. Or sometimes we give them the opportunity to be part, as a committee, you have some staff being part of the committee to execute what we decide on here. If you don't decide on anything here, everything you see being done in the municipality, the decision is taken here, and you only see the technocrats implementing it. It's as simple as that. You cannot do anything outside our plan. When you do that, that becomes contempt. The MC cannot. The MC cannot jump and say that I want to go and do this. He must definitely report to this house. And there are provisions in the act that even, okay, we are not like parliament that meets, we go for recess rather, and then come and know. We are supposed to meet at least thrice in a year. It's at least. So you can choose to be meeting every month. Or better still, twice a month. That is the issue, depending on the kind of municipality or district that you are coming from. So you as an MC, you are in charge of the day-to-day running of the assembly. So perhaps let's assume there's a challenge and the MC is facing. You can take that decision, but you must bring it back to the assembly for it to be ratified. When I say ratification, I hope you understand. Meaning, the assembly is not in session. There is a need for you to supply, to procure some items for a particular school. A decision that we have not taken as assembly members. Then you MC can go ahead and get it done. But make sure that you come to the house and brief us. For us to, that is a ratification, that indeed we are now in the know. Now we now question why you took such actions on our behalf. And that can best be placed in our Act, Section 21 of the Local Governance Act. That is where the power of the MC is. So you often hear in the assembly you have two committees. I'm talking about two committees, and I will be talking about subcommittees. These two committees, we have the Executive Committee and Public Relations and Complaint Committee. The Executive Committee is what the MC chairs, or the Chief Executive chairs. And the Public Relations and Complaint Committee is what the Speaker or the presiding member of the House chairs. Now, the Executive Committee, we equally have, in Parliament, we have committees, but here we have subcommittees before these two committees. These two committees are distinct. So, we have strategic committees, like now come to Development Subcommittee. This, I want to, so that I get to the finality of what exactly happens in the house here. you must get a development subcommittee, you must have the work subcommittee, you must have an FAA committee, what you call financial administration committee, you must have what they call social service committee, and these are strategic committees, and they have chairmen, which are assembly members. These assembly members are the ones that form the executive committee. So when the subcommittees meet or they meet and decide on, let's say, development, okay, there is a need for us to put a senior classroom block at Takla, then you bring it to that committee for discussion. You bring technocrats from their various office to come and defend why there's a need for us to put the senior classroom block there. Then the chairman of that committee will now take the decision, which becomes a recommendation for the subcommittee to executive committee before the MC, and defend that indeed there's a need for this to be done here. I hope you are getting me. Then the chief executive now okays it. After that, they will now converge here, which we call the General Assembly. So a General Assembly now not coming to put forward these recommendations for debate. It's then that I can, as the presiding member or the Speaker of the House, I can endorse the decision or not. And what do you in parliamentary terms? How do you say that in parliamentary terms? You endorse, or you endorse the resolution of the House that this action should be taken after listening to colleagues. And mind you, our sitting is not like Parliament that you sit minority majority. It's a meeting of the entire House, because local governance has nothing like political colors. There's no majority, there's no minority. So you are all supposed to have one voice. There's not like I'm an NDC or MPP. But after getting people who are elected, like whole central, we have 29 electoral areas. There is a need for government to also bring 1/3, a group of people who from 1/3 of the number. So we have 29 assembly members, 1/3 is 14. So government will appoint 40 people, which we call the government appointees, to be part of assembly members. So we are now 42 in the House. So these government appointees oftentimes are there to debate on government policies. Let's assume the free senior high school is not a decision of the assembly, but we are implementing each year in the whole municipality. So if there are challenges at the various secondary institutions, we must know. Then when it comes to that, then the government appointee in charge of perhaps education, okay, will now tell us what exactly the challenges are. He will do that alongside with the MC. So now we can now question the implementation of the program at the local level, whether it's making an impact or not. I hope you are getting me. That is how the whole thing is structured. Then I talk about General Assembly meeting. So at this General Assembly meeting, that is my city, my house, to determine whether projects in the municipality must be executed the way the members want it. It's then that I sit on my seat. You refuse to use, next time when you come, use my seat. That is the one. It's the tallest among all the seats here. I hope you are getting me. That is when I sit and then determine the way forward of the municipality, which the MC must go and implement. I hope you are getting me. So basically that is how we run this place. I want to be snappy, maybe questions will come. But I equally want to talk about one committee, executive committee, and I never talk about PRCC, Public Relations and Complaint Committee. The Public Relations and Complaint Committee is a committee that the chairman is a presiding member. It's a committee that if you have anybody in the municipality that is aggrieved, maybe fiscal planning department goes out to go execute their work, or to go and do their work, and then they step on toes, let me put it that way, or inflict something, what do I say, yes, something untoward against someone. Those people, you will come and report the issue to me, and I will hold the staff before our sitting. It's a committee that I'm the chair. It's like a court. And when you go to PRCC, the decision, to the best of, not to the best, is a portion to you that whatever decision we take here, no court can. Let me read that portion and make your deductions, because we are learning. I know there are lawyers among me. So, for example, if you come to our section 216 and then 217 of our Local Governance Act, it reads, there shall be freedom of speech, debate, and proceedings in every district assembly, and the freedom shall not be impeached or questioned in any court or place. So when you make any decision here, you cannot go and say that why do we take any decision, or why do we arrive at this decision? And it's yet to be tested anywhere. I'm yet to see somebody taking on a assembly member or the assembly for a decision being taken. And 217 reads, civil or criminal proceedings shall not be instituted against a member of a district assembly or officer of the district assembly in any court because of anything said by that person in the district assembly, or any matter or thing brought by that person in or before the district assembly by petition, motion, or otherwise. I hope that is explicit, be clear. So, and as we enjoy immunity too as assembly members, like what parliamentarians enjoy. For example, so that's 219. Civil or criminal process from a court shall not be served on or executed in relation to any member of the district assembly or officer of the district assembly while the member is on the way to attend or returning from a meeting of the district assembly. So assembly members are immune. You cannot go to court, you cannot go to police station and say they should arrest an assembly member, or because every day on daily basis we are engaging, we are equally doing assembly duties. They say meetings. Any meeting that is on, you can organize a unit committee meeting. It's an assembly, it's deemed as an assembly meeting. I hope you are getting me. So these are the kind of for want of privileges or immunity that we enjoy as assembly members. So if you hear, the challenge now is that you can be an assembly member and you are lost. You might not be so conversant with the powers that back you. So you can hear in certain districts some police taking the law into their own hands and doing otherwise. And perhaps arresting assembly members. Just like, okay, so you must have a court order. Unless you have a court order, maybe there's a criminal case against you. You have a court order, just like what happens in Parliament, is then I can go and pick an assembly member. So those who do is wrong. Here, as for this place, we stand by this book, and today I'll end by telling you there's a running story now across the country about Home Municipal. I hope those who have come across it. You hear that last week, Wednesday, they said Home Municipal locked up end of food, and then clamped his vehicle. The vehicle is out there. Those who you go outside, you see the vehicle, the pickup being clamped. By assembly members, I hope you've seen that. So all of us say that's lawful, unlawful, that's unlawful. So yeah, I will tell you what you did on Wednesday, last week Wednesday, was lawful. And I will end by that, tell you why it was lawful. So, once upon a time in early January, there was a case that was reported to PRCC that was the chairman of about financial malfeasance. And when you know financial malfeasance, oftentimes staffs are involved. So one of the staff, which is the MFO, appeared before the committee and put up an unruly behavior. What was it? At the point of interrogation and questioning, he started hitting his hand on the desk. That we should stop giving him pressure. He is ready to leave the assembly, which was unruly behavior. We noticed it and said, no, what he did was wrong. We asked him to withdraw and apologize. He refused. Members got agitated. But, you know, in leadership, sometimes you must also bend some of the rules. Then came another opportunity for us to have a meeting, that is an FAA meeting that was duly invited as the Speaker of the House. And you know, per our standing orders, presiding members are not supposed to be members of subcommittees, but they can attend all subcommittee meetings. Because what? They are guiding against one, maybe conflict of interest. You understand the discussion, so it may affect your ruling. But if there are some items that we can speak to, the presiding member has the right to go to that meeting and speak to the item. So I was invited to this meeting, and at the meeting, this same gentleman raised a point of information that I'm not supposed to be part of the meeting as a presiding member. So I should walk out. That's the staff. The staffs hear me. Staffs are not part of the assembly. Do you know who constitutes the assembly? The municipal chief executive, the MP, who is an ex-official member, and then assembly members. We are the assembly. All staff you see here are only coming to help us do the assembly. So we take the decision and they only implement. Okay? So the fact is that he has no locus to raise a finger. Is that the right word to use? Or point at a presiding member at a meeting that he should walk out. Now you are getting me. So we rather know there's a big problem and we must correct this gentleman. So at the meeting, politely I said, look, members got agitated at the meeting. They said he should withdraw. Then this gentleman refused to withdraw his statement. That I should go and, it was just this, I think we were sitting here, this was the place. So a round table discussion. That I should go and bring my act and prove to him that I have the right to sit in the meeting. And I said, what is happening? I said, okay, for purposes of cooperation, I have no option than to leave the meeting and go to my office and go and pick this book and read section 23 of our standing orders to him. Then he started giggling. You know, this issue of Africans, I don't know whether I'll position that way. Always refusing to stick to issues by looking at age bracket is one thing that is killing institutions too. That is what is at play at our meeting. Because you are young and you know the truth, you must take the stampede because the person is older than you. I hope you know it exists. That is it. That is all that was at play. For you who seek for knowledge and understanding and you want to exhibit it, and you face that in your career, I must be frank with you. At the point of doing that, somebody will tell you, look, how old are you? Do you know I'm older than you? Intimidation using age bracket was what was at play. So, even though the truth is out, he still refused to accept that the truth. So, the meeting nearly ended nearly ended in fisticuffs because my family members were not happy. They attacked on my person. They said no, they must do something about this gentleman. Quickly, they put together a petition calling for me. I'm the only person that can call a general assembly meeting to call for an emergency meeting. even though I received the petition from our colleagues, about 20 of them signed that I should call for a meeting on this gentleman. You know, they say there's a saying in our local parliament that even if you want to kill a fowl, you must also give him some little bit of water. Is that not it? There's a need for us to give him a hearing, and the only platform in the assembly for you to be heard is the PRCC. So we summon him to the PRCC for him to explain why those actions at the Finance and Administration Subcommittee meeting. You know, the rules of natural justice, you cannot be a judge in your own work. Because I'm the chairman for PRCC, I have to recuse myself. And members elected one of them to sit in the chair. And they open up the investigation and interrogation. So after PRCC, there can be a ruling. But in the assembly system, it's the general house that will accept the recommendation from PRCC and allow it to be enforced. They become binding. So the PRCC must present a report to General Assembly. So we call a General Assembly meeting now as an emergency meeting for the PRCC to present a report. And they presented a report. There were two officers actually. One was tasked to apologize to my person. The other was we asked his employers, which are the Controller and Accountant General, to repost him out of the assembly. To repost him out of the whole municipal assembly and get someone to come and help us with the municipality. So this resolution was taken here. And mind you, when I went here in Parliament, I realized when you were standing, your colleague came to sit in the Happens Parliament, deputy speakers. Here, there's no deputy presiding member. But members must elect someone to come and sit in, because the issue concerns me. I don't want to sit and then be the same. So at that meeting, we call such person member presiding. We have presiding member and member presiding. So a member presided over that particular meeting. And the ruling was that he should be reposted out of the whole municipal assembly. So the decision of the General Assembly is final. It cannot be overturned by anybody. So now listen. And this decision was on the 9th February. So he asked the director of every municipal assembly or district assembly is the secretary to the assembly, to write to his employees that this is the decision of the assembly, that we don't want to work with this gentleman, it should get us another person. So the director did same and then wrote to Voter General Controlling Council. Now, when the letter got to the director at the Voter General Controlling Council, it also landed in a conflict of interest situation, because what? The director, who is not the kind director, left the municipality about 3 months ago. Now let's say 5 months ago, to serve as acting director. And he's a very close friend to the finance officer. So arbitrarily, he overturned our decision. Why he doesn't have the powers to do so? That we cannot say that the man should be reposted, and we don't have such powers. But ladies and gentlemen, all members here present, there is one thing that you must stand by. When you know your actions is within law and it's a decision of the whole house, please stand by it. You see, this country, when we begin to question our action from this stage, is then when we grow, we can equally question our action in the future. Because I am questioning someone today. When I grow and I rise up and I'm in leadership, any leadership position, perhaps people have the right to question my actions. And we must learn to do that at this stage before we grow. So we say no. What we are doing is within law. There's no way the acting director of the Voter General Coordinating Council will overturn the decision of a resolution of a house. Because we are the constituents of the assembly. The staffs are more like tenants. Are you getting me? And when you are having challenges with your tenant, I think you have every right to allow someone to occupy that building. Is that not it? Even if you pay off the tenant for him to give you some peace as a landlord, you do. So we say no. A lot of accountants out there, get this a new person. Then this situation arises from, they say no, we are not going to start, we will not go by that. We as assembly will not go by that. Then because of this, members have started trading that they will begin to boycott subcommittee meetings. But as a presiding member, I cannot be sitting down and then assembly will come to hall because of one person. So we as assembly members decide to write letter to Controller and Accountant General, Volta Region, copy the national and even local government secretary that this is the decision you have taken. It has been overturned by somebody somewhere. We want a remedy because we cannot just allow the gentleman. Already the gentleman has he refused to attend subcommittee meetings. Has he refused to even come to general assembly meeting? It means that you are a person non grata. Is that not the word? Person non grata. You are not accepted within the environment. So your spirit cannot be elsewhere. Your body will be moving around and misfighting. We just wanted him out. Then powers, instead of the law, they started using the whole thing used to power play. So last week Wednesday, on a faithful Monday, there is a provision in our standing order that gives us opportunity to have a sitting outside. This is the headquarters of the assembly, and every meeting before it can be accepted must be held here. But if you choose to go and maybe hold your meeting elsewhere as an assembly, you must come here and rectify it before you can get it implemented. So we met and said no. What is at stake is that the gentleman is already insulting assembly members, and some are even on recording. Members are agitating that no, this thing, they will not allow him to stay any longer. So we said, okay, we have to strip him of the privileges of the assembly. What are the privileges? You see the vehicle that has come there, this is for the assembly. If you go, you see written on it, IGF, Home Municipal Assembly. It's our initiative. We went from revenue mobilization and bought that pickup. The office is for us. You can assign, you can say that, okay, Chief Executive, where you are, by resolution, don't sit in that office any longer. Please move from that place. He has no other option than to just abide by our decision. That is how powerful the General Assembly is. A resolution is binding. So members move a motion that indeed we want to strip him of privileges of the assembly. And what are the privileges? The vehicle that is using, and then the office. So we came here early morning, 9 a.m. Wednesday, to rectify the decision that we've taken as a house at our one of our joints, for want of better words. Okay. So we rectified the decision, and the committee of the whole house to execute the decision. So yes, we gathered here, members move a motion, decision rectified, and then for execution, immediate execution of the decision. So if you watch, those who watch the video, those who saw the news item, you see members moving out of the hall to go and cram the vehicle and in the office. And then we came back after everything. Those they gave report about the action, and then we adjourned. So our action the last week Wednesday was all within here. We took our decision and we executed it. Now it's a test to local governance once more. What we did hardly happens at other assemblies. I must be frank with you. We know the assemblyman concept. When they gave birth to the concept of local governance in this country, you know, how would I put it? Those who often represent us in our localities, the attack on assembly members those days, you know, they are just the liberal. They are not much in, they are not, this even up to now, people are not interested in sitting down and going through your instrument, what gives you the power to, yeah, you know, and it's still, but I can tell you gradually it is changing. And it's changing, and I pray that please, if you go out there in your communities, you don't leave the space of representatives at the village local level to for want of anyone at all. You need those who are firm, who understand that when they are coming to represent their case is by law. If you want something to be done in your electoral area, it's just like Parliament, you file questions. Here, you file a question, and it's like I was standing on that 22. Let me just give why some members, sometimes you want something done in your electoral area, the way to go about it, perhaps they don't know. Because when you are not very careful, when you come here, a kind of debate that way, you may not even join. Because it's going to be, there are a lot of issues. So it's just like a private member bill. Okay, that becomes your bill, right? So something from your community. So there must be something that gives you the opportunity to file a question, and it's also embedded in our orders. So I read and then come to a closure, like standing order 22. A member shall, if that member wishes to ask a question at a meeting of the assembly, give notice in writing to the secretary to the assembly 7 days before the meeting at which that member proposes to ask the question, and the secretary to the assembly shall report the proposed question to the assembly. So if you are an assembly member and there are pertinent issues in your area, you put it in writing in form of a question. You file the question. So when we come to, then we give opportunity for answers, and then we now follow on execution. How do we see members getting that done? What I can say is that my conclusion, these are the kind of gatherings I would love to be seeing. I don't know how decentralized this thing is, but I would prefer it decentralized. If you want to be a good leader, start from your local level. Take decision and see its execution and see whether your decision is biting enough or your impact can be felt on the ground. That the community is gathered, and when you rise and you want to speak, you know that your thought is not just you, but it's born out of experience, the collective thought of others. And when you are speaking, the listen, and the chiefs and people begin to implement. When you are getting that one done well, meaning whatever leader you want to become, whether it be at political level, religious level, or whichever level, or as my brother said, entrepreneurship, or as an entrepreneur, you yourself are setting the tone. As voluntarily as you are sitting here, because I understand this is a voluntary gathering. If you are coming to join assembly concept or want to be part of assembly concept, you must equally understand that it's voluntary in nature. So when you inculcate that voluntarism from this place, where do you want to? You must further expand. Then you begin to look at where the privileges are in future. But when you get to where the privileges are, but oftentimes you look at the privileges and you are yearning to go straight to the top. People, somebody using a language says, you are MP. I want to become an MP. Yeah, because what? All you can see is the privileges. And those who have money, they think, oh, if I gather and I look at the delegates and I put maybe 500,000 down, and I can give each delegate 500 cities or 400 cities, I can go to parliament. You go there because the base is weak. You can't do anything. You only end up maybe doing some personal business, maybe those kind of connections. You travel outside, get some moves for yourself. But when they say if they ask you how you represent the people, you can't answer. Because everything will be boring to you. When people are rising and they are speaking and the nation is watching them, you know that this thing, you can't join the debate. You only know that challenge. If I rise right now, you don't even know how to start and when to end. Because you not started it. So when you go, you rely on the tips for your constituents. You rely on that for them to appreciate you, not how you debate. Because there are some MPs you hardly, as I said, they will not join the debate. You hardly see them. But when they come home, they want to use their relationship to keep on going to the house and represent you. So how are they also joining in the lawmaking process? That's the question. So this is the tip I'll give you. There are a lot, but I think for now, as I said, if you want to really rise, I beg of you, join in the local government. When there is the chiefs and people play gong for meetings, you need to go and sit and listen. Be among the people. Stand up and speak to issues. Say this is the way to do it. When they say you should go and be part of the process of sanitation, when it comes to cleanup exercise, you be part. And then when you are speaking to the two collaborate together, you are always on the ground, and your debate or your whatever you say can best have an impact in the future. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Honourable members, this is a very good, I must say, I'm very happy we got the Honourable Presiding Member to come here. Yes, because I have equally learned a lot of things, both from Mr. Tetteh and then Honourable Presiding Member. Honourable members, I'll leave my questions as last. And since I have been speaking from start, it is important that we take your questions and then I'll file my questions at the end. So, honourable members, at this point in time, the floor is now open for questions. Please, make your questions brief and direct. If you have series of questions, reduce them to 3. If you have one question, just make it direct. No long preambles, because our guests have important business to deal with. So on this note, the floor is now open for questions. Yes, we'll first hear from Honourable Viglo.
I want to also use this opportunity to thank our guests who happen to be in our midst today. I have equally met them on very personal scores, more with the presiding member, and I think at the National Congress of the NDC with Honourable Mr. Tetteh. So I am not actually surprised at the kind of presentations that have come out today. But I must say that if I hadn't come for this sitting today, it would have been a big shock to me, because I always say every day is a learning opportunity, an opportunity to learn and unlearn and relearn. Today I have learned a lot of things, which I wouldn't have learned on any other day being at home. I only have just a question and one observation to make, or one comment to make. I want to pass this to from the comments of Mr. Tetteh. I think it is so much important for each and every one of us to transition, to know what we are doing when we are getting to a level of transition. So a lot of us are coming out of school, and a lot of us are also in a venture. So I must say that it is so much important for us to know where we are, what we ought to do next. And then that goes to the presiding members' comment that gone were the days we have had assembly members who did not appear to be of the quality and the class we have today. Had it not been the present day politics, we wouldn't have been finding such an incident that happened in whole municipal assembly. So if we have been at this level and we prepare our minds well and we transit well, it will be able to take us to the next one. Now my question, it goes to the Order 22 in the courts, the Assembly Act or the Local Government Act. So can any other person, I mean anybody within the electoral area, within the district, also put to your assembly, as it is done in Parliament, where an individual in the country who is not even a member of Parliament can come up with a question or a comment, petition to Parliament? Can we have that circumstance in the local assembly, which is the highest decision-making body of your assembly? Is it possible for me as a private individual to also put together a private member's bill under your act to your assembly for issues to be addressed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know how the parliamentary, I know private members are often championed by MPs.
Yes.
And so what you said about petition from a citizen, I will not come across that one yet. Because even if, I know it's often sponsored, there are sponsors to some of these bills. Okay? And there are, what do I say? Interested groups or whatever, groups that often back some of these bills. Now, with the assembly, yes, if you have a question you want to file, all you need to do is that you must be told your assembly member, because perhaps the issue must be concerning your electoral record. You have a data. So you go to your assembly member to file this question. It's then that you need to hold the assembly member accountable for not doing what you're supposed to do. So when you have something like that, just pass it to the assembly member of your electoral record. And then for him to file a question on what you have. And then you will give the feedback.
Okay, so we'll take a list of questions and then we'll have the answers. So Honorable,
thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I go by the name Francis Kodzi, Youth MP for Afram Place North. So, Honorable Presiding Member, my question is very simple. Does politics affect your decisions in the House?
That's quite a good man. You see, when you take this act, one of the most interesting laws that I often say is that the Local Government Act is an apolitical document. If you go through it, seriously speaking, and if you want to be truthful to yourself, when you sit in chair or when you are assembly member, you hardly do politics. When you really want to stand by this, you know, sometimes there are some debates that are, when you are doing your bylaws, for example, when you are doing your bylaws, the bylaws hardly have political. Let's assume recently there was one bylaw that was at our last sitting that we resolved to pass on to the people in the municipality. Is we want to ignite the spirit of communal spirit in our people. So how do we get it done? You realize that members or the assembly gives permits to those who want to have maybe burial permit. So far as you have a deceased, all you need is a council assembly and then you can be given a burial permit. But now we want to begin to make it a law that if maybe we are going to bury a deceased man and you come to assembly for a burial permit, you will be given a form to go back for the chief and assembly member in a local area to endorse it, and you bring it back. What are we expecting them to do? Your participation in communal labor is what they will identify that. If they know that, oh, you are a type that whenever there is a need for us to embark on any project or any work in the community, there is full participation, you take, then they will endorse it for you. If, because you know it's a math, if you don't get that from food, there's no way you can be given a burial permit at assembly. So when you get there, if there's any punishment that the community deems fit, because they will, perhaps they say, we'll bring 5 plastic chairs, maybe 5 bags of cement. So it's then that they can give you a go ahead to come back to assembly for you to get a burial permit. So when you get that done, okay, everybody, it will bring some level of awakening in the people to always participate in communal, because if you refuse, one day, you know, definitely every home, there are, one day, someone, every home definitely will have a decision or something. So far as you are part of this municipality, you definitely come for assembly, and then will refer you that indeed you are not voted. The committee will now proceed your involvement in communal labor and punish you, so you members should not be ready to engage themselves in not attending such gatherings. I hope you understand it. So that is how the whole thing is. So when you are doing such laws, we will look at a particular car before putting those bylaws together. I hope you are getting me. No, you can't do that. When you want to take sanitation, will you say that this building, the owner is an NDC person, so you will not go and then clean the back of his building when you are doing, you know. So that is how sensitive the local governance strata is. So it's not that there is an particular document. If you truly want to start by, how do we come to this house and see an NDC or NDP? For example, the instance at assembly, in the entire house, both NDP and NDC, okay, general, the government appointees and then elected, we are together fighting this particular, making sure that the law that binds us is being implemented.
Thank you very much. Let's take a follow-up from, you don't have to follow up. Okay, so let's go.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm Felix Chair. Please, I want to find out. I'm one of the people who believe in taking the duty bearers on. So I want to find out how can we be able to hold our assemblymen, hold them accountable, because when we talk about development, the best of my knowledge, it boils down to them. They have to take the problem from our unit committee levels, our assemblies, and then bring it to the attention of the municipal or the district or whatever assembly. So how can we hold them responsible? Because some places are there, you will see that maybe a bridge is supposed to be at a particular point to help people move from one point to another. And then the bridge is in a deplorable state. And it looks like, maybe for duration's sake, it looks like the assemblyman is not really anything about it. So if I'm a constituent, aside you maybe probably telling us that if one person is not helping, we should vote for another person. We are having a problem now. We can't wait for how many years to go and vote for a new person. So how can we hold them responsible? Is there anything we can do about it? Thank you very much.
That's beautiful. You know that I said they also have the electorate have the power to pass a vote of no confidence. You know that. Apart from the assembly saying that oftentimes, like if you want to pass a vote of no confidence in me as a presiding member, you need to test on the house. If you want the MC to go, you need to test on the house. Just to test the house to do that. In your letter that you say, to tell of the deputy, you have the right to pass a vote of no confidence. That one is quite a difficult one, but of members present and voting. That is how it should be. You know, so if you go and then you call for a vote of no confidence, these are the things that they are there. We hardly test these things. You go to the other commission that you want to pass a vote of no confidence. The other commission must give you the go ahead. You must take your reason. They have every right to come and conduct election at your local area. And then the members that those present and voting, those who come on, the 2/3 of the vote, 2/3 of those votes means that there is no comment. Then you open a new nomination. That's how it is structured. That's how it is. So that's another way. But see, the problems in the Amegashie area is supposed to be packaged. And the assembly back is the one that makes follow-ups on the project. And when he meets you, how he's going about it, the follow-ups is what you come and discuss with you. Like all the challenges in your local area, the assembly must be and capture them and file a question on behalf of the local area. As a assembly back from that local area. Then begin to what? Make follow-ups. So within these 4 years, if let's assume a breach to contract, then the finance officer tells you, okay, now we don't have enough funding, or we are looking for common fund when it comes. So you are the one representing the people. So you must constantly and be reporting back to the people that, okay, this issue, this is the letter that I've written on your behalf to the MCD. My understanding, I asked this question. You want them to believe, to be captured in our minutes. You can read to them or how they adopted the question. You can let them know, and the follow-ups. You see, when you are making follow-ups, you do it by writing. You must bring all those things and show that, look, this bridge, I've been doing my best for it to be constructed. I've been making follow-up. These are the letters that I've really written on in reference to our earlier letter. That is how that's it. Because he is not the one that will dip his hand into his pocket and get the president. He's only presenting everything. But the actions that he's taking on every issue matters. So when you are questioning based on this, then those are valid. Okay? But one day I'm waiting for anybody who will trigger the vote of no confidence now.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, honorable member.
I will not take some few because I have to.
Okay, yes. So I would like us to take all the questions at once, and then we will have to see and then we'll answer. So you answer any question so that we can take pictures before we get. So please, we are taking all the questions. Can I have your answer so that? So honorable Wonder will ask, and then honorable Robert, and then honorable Lucy. I hope those are all the questions remaining. Okay, so let's go in that order.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and Addressors. My name is Wanda Nicodemus Damachi, Youth MP for Amanor constituency. Honorable, I don't have a question, but I just want to channel this congratulating message to you. Having followed this issue regarding the discharge of your duties as far as the whole municipal assembly is concerned, right from day one, I've realized that truly, as you said, that there are age brackets here in the sub-Saharan Africa when it comes to discharge of our duties. It's truly there. Actually, as a student leader, I face some of these issues countless times. But so far the laws and the guidelines are there, as you are following. Those are the stepping stones that guide you to this far. I faced many issues as a student leader, but the laws spoke. Seeing the God we serve, the God of justice and fairness, is intervening for me and is intervening for you as well. So in all cases, what I will tell you is that may the Lord be your shepherd, you shall not want. and in all cases, stand for integrity and value. Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musika. My name is Robert Young.
Please speak a little louder so that the camera can capture your statements.
Yeah, Robert Young is my name. MP for Amasama constituency. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Yeah, so I have 3 questions here. And the first one is kind of advice. I want advice.
That is not a question.
Okay, but I'm taking advice from them.
Okay, you ask.
So, thank you very much. I happen to be a brain behind the homecoming we've conducted in my community, where we realized much. That I would say 7,625 Ghana cedis, and we put in 3 projects on board. And as long as we pick one to do, which is building a public address for my community. And after expenses, it was left with 5,550 Ghana cedis, which we select people to go and purchase the items needed for the establishment of the project. And yes, actually the people went and get the items. I'm asking this, I'm seeking this advice because my honorable, I would like to say member, yeah, talk about we the youth taking leadership positions in our community and playing those roles so that we can be recommended for other when maybe duty comes. Yes, so they went and get the items and now we've come to selecting of a place for us to continue with the project. Yes, but in fact, a lot of argument and fight are happening on this issue due to the selection of a place for the project to start. And even the group, the association in which we've come up with all these ideas, there are a lot of issues, a lot of fighting that become like, let's sell the items. Yes. And a lot of these issues, like my honorable member said, how old are you? You small boy, you are trying to do what and all that. But in fact, I don't want us to sell the items. And actually, I was a brain behind the program. So I need an advice on how to go about this because it's a very serious issue. Yes, then my question 2 is how can, I heard that students can have some kind of help from the municipal assembly when they feel challenges in their education, they can write letters and all that. And I've done that several times, but 0.
Which municipal? What district?
Yes, so Agbe. I've done that several.
Is the Sanidoma district?
No, Central Town. Yes, Central Town. Thank you very much. I've done that several, but no response. So I would like you to give us some gist about how to go about that as students. And then number 3, you talk about an assembly member, how to file a question to be answered for a project to be carried out maybe in their community. Maybe I have a challenge here because maybe you have an assemblyman who is an illiterate, is not educated. Because I've faced that in my community, where we have an assemblyman who is kind of not educated. How can such a person put on paper the grievances of his people and channel it for it to be answered?
Thank you very much. And then let's hear for
For the Speaker, I want to add that what is in stake on presidential appointment on DCs and the electorate electing their own DC. What I've realized in these few years is that when the president appoints someone, we don't even know the difference between MC and MP. At the end of the day, the MP takes the glory of everything that he or she does in the in the constituency, then the municipal election will be left on the hook. Now, something happened in Fafali, that was last year or last 2 years. For me, I've been thinking that before a vote to be cast on you to be elected as a member or as an MC, when they went to for the first round, the person didn't meet the required number, so he has to come back again. And when he came back again, that leads to monetization. People have to pay. And I must say that with all these things, it's retarding developing the various communities. So what's your take that president appointing an MC or allowing the electorate to appoint the MC so that when something goes wrong, the electorate to hold the MC responsible? Because as though proper like this, you don't even know whether the MP's work is showing or the municipality MP's work is showing. At the end of the day, MP will come and say, I'm doing this, I'm doing it, and then the MC will be left on the hook. What's your take on the few you can have?
Thank you very much. Let me also add my yes, we will answer the questions before we take the remarks. Yeah, so two observations for Mr. Tetteh. Since you are in the parliamentary service, I want to put it you a note to members of parliament. The first observation is that Parliament of Ghana goes through sittings. But after, I think, they did a celebration, and then they usually have some parts, I think it's on the left side and the right, the timing of the sitting and then the date. But after that program, they stopped doing that. So now, even when you download the video, you don't know whether it is the 56th or the 23rd sitting of the third session. I want them to bring them back. So please, advocate for that if we can. And then the second is that I'm someone who is symmetry conscious. When I look at the arrangements of the chamber, the majority side is arranged, but the minority side is like the desk has come to the front a little bit. And it affects my side because I'm so much symmetry conscious. I arrange the place and can see that the symmetry is on point. But please, that is Parliament of Ghana. When people are watching who are not Ghanaians, who are also symmetrical, they'll be like, Parliament of Ghana said this arrangement is this poor. I think for our national integrity, Parliament of Ghana should correct that. There should be a good symmetry. And sometimes when they move the speaker's decks out and then they bring it back, it is clearly off center. At least we need parliamentary service to work on that. So I want to put that to you. And then my honorable presiding member, hearing from you, it really informs us that a lot of things goes on over there. And it appears because we don't get to see proceedings or we don't have any social media sharing the activities of the assembly, we think nothing is ongoing. I want to plead to you that if possible you could take up the idea of streaming sittings of the assembly or the social media handle of the assembly to publicize the activities. I think we'll get more informed that yes, our assembly members are working. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, should I address?
Yes.
Quickly. So, let me start by I appreciate your acknowledgement. I'm so happy. I must say it's a daunting task. It's quite a difficult area for you to be able to get things done right. And we said you need that level of integrity to get it right. To be frank, I said it from the onset that if you begin to question people's work today, it's going to be on integrity, that's not it. You are pushing people to do the right thing. So you have equally bear in mind that tomorrow people will equally question your work. So it's good people participate in activities like this, or youth parliament and other areas that you can go and learn and know that indeed leadership will shape your style leadership. It's very, very good. Now, the gentleman talking about your project, your narration, the best I can say is that it will be better you place a call and I'll help you how to go about it. Okay? Because you're asking what to do. Yes, you are doing something right, but you are having challenges. Perhaps you didn't plan where exactly to locate the project. from the onset before starting. The reason why you are having such challenges. So let's talk. You have my contact. Let's talk. Maybe I'll show some strategies for you to see. And then when it comes to education, your MP, are you close to the MP? Oftentimes these funds are one out of the MP's common fund for education. The assemblies sometimes to do, but it's not as what the MPs know. It's not as much as what the MPs do. So application, even though you can just come and put in an application, we don't just put in an application. You are in Ghana. After making the letter, you must see. Are you close to the MP?
I have a friend who is who gives me the
You have the power to me. It's your MP.
So I've been chatting. The guy gave me his number because he has been getting something from them, and he asked me to go right to the municipal, and then also another one to the MP. So I passed it through the party office, and I normally chatting.
You see, try. That's the way you go about it. Try and meet the person himself. For now, let's say our institution are there. All right, my Ghana will Now, your next question is about what? The question. You ask whether someone who is not educated can equally follow. Yes. Yeah. What we do is that at our first sitting, what you have now is the 8th assembly. This is the 8th assembly. So at our first sitting, we adopt the language to use. So here we do the Ever language and then English. If you can't write, you walk in to the assembly, and then we'll meet our HR or the PRO of the assembly who will help you put together your question as a assembly member. Because sometimes you can come here and draft your own letter. On your letterhead as assembly member, you must have a letterhead. But if you can't do it, you can come to assembly, the officers will help you have a letter. So that one thing is sorted. Now, about what we call 2/3 of the MP leading to monetization. I think that is what you. And then you ask about other elections of which one will I go for. So let me start with the election. I will not and never support election of ONDCs. Okay, just in the open. Now everybody who wants to become an MC can, to create a lot of challenges for government. Now let me explain why. Let's assume now the current government is the MP government. If you want an MC here, whoever, if I assuming I want to contest the position of MC, if I go out there in Afram, I don't want to believe my constituents or my people they will let me down. They will definitely vote for me over an MPP candidate, no matter what. I will win, hands down. Now, after winning, I have to work with who? The president, and implement his policies. But you see where I belong. Okay? Am I going to be condemning the policy at the same time and implementing it at the same time? You see, so the proponent of that particular agenda, I don't know. So I don't subscribe to that. But the one that I will subscribe to when it comes to election is, yes, a government can say, okay, let 3 people from within the party in power. That idea was one coming from our President Mahama. He brought up that idea sometime ago, and I believe in that shortly. So across the country, every municipality get 3 NDC people. Let's assume NDC in power, okay, to come forward. Maybe after vetting everything, 3 people will emerge, and they will put themselves out for election. So out of these 3, no matter what, the person can still work with the government of the day. How we are getting it? That person can still work with the government of the day. That election, yes, I'm for it. But in all, if you begin to politicize it openly, if you are NDC, come and join. If you are NDC, come. We are going to go around and we identify those who are NDC, those who are MPP in the economy before we can take action. Even it will even boil down to if it's time for us to go out and do cleanup exercise. Perhaps you get to a building and realize that this person is a member of MPP. I will not. There's no way I'll clean the back of the building. You see how dangerous the whole thing. Yeah, but now, when we are here, when we are debating, we are cautious of what is in this book that we don't do partisan politics. You know, there's as a speaker, you will not be start. When you rise on your feet and you want to address the house and start lambasting government of the day, you don't do it here. You can question a certain policy, you allow the MC, but you don't do at assembly level. It is not like the way parliament is, and you mention it, you're not performing, no, that's not the way it's done here. So I think there must be a certain place or a certain, we should not politicize over governance. I am not a proponent of that particular thing. Me, I don't subscribe to that. So for us to stop the monetization of election of MMCs, this and PM, we are all almost elected on the same percentage. You need to tell of our assembly members to become a presiding member, the same as you need to tell our assembly members to become an MC. What we are trying to do is that we should not begin to work towards two-thirds. It should be simple majority, just like how the Speaker of Parliament is elected. So that is the aspect that we are fighting. And next week, on the 19th, all the NPMs we are convening at Tamale for a conference. We want to really have a communique, begin to push this thing. That there is a need for us to begin to elect both presiding members and DCs on just simple majority. Okay? For example, when I was contesting for presiding member position, I got the position on the third attempt. We went first. I needed no less than 30 votes to win, right? First, I was contesting an incumbent anyway. I had 23 votes instead of 30. So the law says that when you go first round and you attain the exact percentage, you have to come back. That the same day. You wait for maybe 2 hours, lobby your colleagues again, then you come back. Then that was done. Then our second round, I had 25. So I'm going 5 more. Then the law said that when you are after second round, you have to put the meeting to a close for 10 days. You go back and do your work, the two of you, for 10 days, and then come back. So within that 10 days, yes. So when I came back, the last round, after the 10th round, you cannot go again. You cannot contest again. So after the 10th round, I had exactly 30 votes. Exactly 30 votes. Okay? So, perhaps if I should have maybe 28 votes, that ends it. The two of us will now step aside for new members to come, to start all over. That is how this one is structured. So we are saying that no, why don't you begin to go for simple majority? I assume the simple majority was to be in a system. I would have the 23 votes I had the first round would have qualified me to be the presiding member at that time. But because of the rule, so that's the difficulty when it comes to. So that is the area that we want to tackle and work hard, and then get that aspect clear. So that is it.
Yeah. So let's hear answers from Honorable.
All right, thank you very much. I want you to watch presiding member has said to Honorable Amasama. I think like he said, he would engage you on what to do. But again, like he said, all those critical decisions should have been made before you commit the resources or funding into the whole thing. But I don't know of what your particular interest may be as to the issues, the location, the site, and all this. I don't know what your particular. If you have one, then there is a way to also deal with it. But if you don't have one, then I think that if you have a chief there or any of the elders of the place can be engaged to help deal with it, in addition to what PM will ask to you when he gets to do the call with you. And then about the issue of illiteracy, I think that since we are in Parliament, are also situated in the context of Parliament. It's not supposed to be a barrier at all, because if you are aware, even at the national Parliament level, if you are an illiterate and you are fortunate and you are elected into Parliament, all that needs to be done is that there must be an interpreter of a sort that understands the language that you understand and can also interpret it to Parliament for it to be captured in the Hansard. So both at the national level and at the district or local levels, literacy is not a barrier at all. And in that same way, it means that if you have a representative, if you have an MP who is an illiterate, that is just the way to go about it. All that must be established is to have somebody that can communicate to the person that does not understand the general language and can equally make the House understand whatever the person is putting across. Then MPs, MC, I think that you may be right if you say that it looks like the MPs have been taking the glory and all that, but it's not really their making. It's not something that is created by them. It's because of the fact that when you look at MPs and DCs, it is the MPs, if you want to say, that are more exposed to the people because they go for elections. They, campaign to almost everybody. And so at the end of the day, they are much more visible, they are more known and seen than the MCs. And people are able to take their issues, challenges and problems to them more than they do to the DCs. And so that is why you'll be seeing that the little they do, it takes over the whole place and they are seen and known or recognized more than the DCs. So it's not really the case that probably they take the shine from the DCs as it's not supposed to be, or the vice versa. I don't know if that is clear. And then talk about the election. If you look at the architecture of the local government system, the DCE in essence is like the president in the district. It's the direct representative of the president in the district. So if you want to do election, other than the suggestion you made, the procedure where there should be nominees from the party and then election is done for one, you won't do any other election apart from this, then clearly, like I said, it's not going to work, because if he is the president at the top, national president, and there should be a local president here who is not in line with his vision and all that, you will not progress. So that's the few that I'll add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our guests. Our members will now have some short remarks and will suspend the House to take pictures outside. Let it be noted that there is a very small refreshment, and after we take the pictures, you come inside, you take the refreshment, and we'll proceed with other businesses that we have. So take note of that. All our observers that are here, welcome to Youth Impact Parliament. On this note, may I invite the Deputy Executive Director in charge of Humanitarian Affairs, who is also the Youth MP for Agbe, to give a remark from that side, and then we'll take another remark from the Parliamentary Affairs Deputy Executive Director. Now we'll take remarks from our guests, and then we suspend the sitting. Take pictures. So, yes, Honorable.
For Agbe, the only district that produces quality kente, and if you are looking for the best tomato farms, come to Agbe. We'll tell you right. So, yes, to give our closing remarks from the minority side, we are all in solidarity to say that we are most grateful to the guest for giving us great insights today. We must say that this is going a long way to help us in our decision making, and then in our questioning and demanding accountability from our leaders at the local level. Then also, we also want to say special thank you to Mr. Tetteh for giving us great insights. These things that he has taught us about networking, about transition decisions and what have you, will give us very key steps in our next life, even as we are exiting campus, and those of us in business and then entrepreneurship. To Mr. Mawunyo Agbe, continue your good works in the assembly. He happens, as he has said, He happens to be a member of the NDC and a key member, a vice chairman. But then he's working with an MC who is an NPP person. And so you can look at the coexistence. And if you come to the voter region today, Home Municipal Assembly is one of the best. And if you are not even looking at the national context, if you are looking at the region, they are doing so well. And then we can also admit that Youth Impact Parliament, we have had the MC among us. And if he has spoken well of his presiding member, the presiding member is here today, and he has not expressed any grievance, even when he was expressing his the action that happened within the week. I must say that that is a very good leadership behavior that we must all embrace. Thank you so much, and then thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and then the majority leader for having a stake in the decision of our guests coming here today. Thank you so much.
I respond to Amanor now. Mostly you ask the David. I've been telling my dad David that I consent. I'm a man now. Youth MP for Ningo Prampram constituency. And sometimes when MP mention their constituency and then they want to brag, I sometimes laugh. If you want to be part of my constituency, you have the most vibrant MP in Ghana currently. So to those of you who don't have your MP to be vibrant, please, there are a lot of houses that you can relocate to Ningo Prampram. Moreover, if you want to be president of Ghana one day, Ningo Prampram always produces the first ladies we have. So if you have any ambition to become a president one day, please marry someone from Ningo. Notwithstanding that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and then I want to say a special thank you to our guest and then the guest speaker for today's sitting. It has been all insightful. I've been saying time without number that there are a lot of things that probably we are learning here that we might not get the opportunity to learn it in the classroom. And I've always been saying also that what we are doing here, some of us may not end what we are doing here. We may like it to take it further. That is why the other time I held a discussion with Honorable Jones and I beat my chest and said that in the next NDC government, I can say on record, without any hesitation, that Honorable Kuneto Blagwa may be named the Foreign Affairs Minister. Why? Because he is preparing himself in that particular regards. We all realize that when he was Nook's president, he prepared himself in that particular direction such that it became no issue for what's the name? Former President Mills of blessed memory to appoint him Minister in charge of Tertiary, Deputy Minister in charge of Tertiary Education. It all because when he had an opportunity, he prepared and learned. And that is why it is important that this particular initiative is there for us. On a normal day, I wouldn't have known what happens at the assembly level if the presiding member have not told us. I've never known that anywhere that you have to seek burial permit before you bury your disease. I never knew. Probably I may fall a victim in Ningo Prampram when I do any other thing. But today I've learned that. Our Joshua told us about networking. We met in Cape Coast in 2020, and this is where we are. Probably in the future, we don't know where we'll meet, and that is why it is very important. And I'm very happy that they've told us what we might have not learned in the classroom. That's why I always tell my lecturers in the department that they wonder why an engineering student like me is doing politics. I don't have a problem with them. Not everything I will learn in the classroom. And then the engineering I'm studying may not take me further, probably in the future. Born out of networking and all the friends I know here will take me further. So it is very important. I thank them very much for teaching us. And then I also thank all members present here as well. And I'm sure we've learned. And as we are climbing to build Ghana, I always say that if we don't change our attitude, we are not the future leaders. I say it every now and then. Because what we, the youth, we are doing today, if opportunity should be given us to become the next whatever ministers, oh, very good. We should have imported future leaders from China, it would have been better. Because whatever is happening at the national space that we are complaining, within our youth space, our SRCs, our NASPA, our GRASAC, our TEIN, our TESCON, we are performing worse than whatever is happening in the national space. And that is why a platform of this nature is very important for us to learn, relearn, and build ourselves for the future. Other than that, then probably I don't see the essence of why Honorable Joshua to come from all the way from Accra. And presiding member should leave his business schedule to be with us, to teach us, and guide our path as far as building ourselves for the future is concerned, and then probably we will not learn it and doing the otherwise. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much. I thank Honorable Joshua. I thank what the name, presiding member. I don't know your name, but Honorable Mawunyo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So we're not closing the matter of our guest speaker.
Thank you very much. I think that without saying much, I fully associate with the words of minority leader.
No. Minority leader is like
The minority leader.
Okay, so I fully associate with his words as well as the majority leader. And like I said earlier, I know I'll be back again to have proper engagement with you on Parliament and all that. I've already taken note of one or two things that I don't want to say on camera and because of the recording. And so at this time, I'll definitely take note of more. And next time I can now engage with proper Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So thank you. Somebody asked whether you have to stream live. I think you said right.
Yes.
So you have to work on that. That is really good. So that I'll work on that. And it's also allowed that the gallery is always there when you have sitting. You can come in and then sit and then listen to proceedings. It's allowed. So that much I do. I appreciate your presence. I'm not supposed to be there. I'm supposed to be here by 3. I will see. I'm okay. Offending where I'm going. I'm very okay. Because I love this kind of environment. Environment where ideas are shared. The place you have to be as a young person. Young girl, you always sit at places that where the discussion is not going to be not your benefit. The more you sit there, the more it will have a toll on you. I'm happy. So always make sure that you engage. When you want to sit at any joint, park, whatever, make sure that the day before you is already prepared to discuss productive things, issues. Okay, just make sure that that is the kind of discussion that is essential, not that you just like drinking for or enjoying for enjoying sake. Okay, so that is I don't like for want of gossips. I don't entertain too much. I like ideas, strategies. What do we do? Oneness. Okay, this one work, this one is not work. You know, that kind of thing. So let's network, as my brother said, and build the future that we want for ourselves. Thank you for accepting me to be your guest.
Yeah.
Honourable members, on this account, may I, on behalf of the House, proceed to congratulate and thank Honourable Joshua Tetteh for coming straight from Accra, purposely for this city. We are not paying him any travel allowance, and are we giving him anything. But he came to vote just because of the love to interact with us. And also, I want, on behalf of the House, to thank and congratulate the Honourable Presiding member for having engaged with us. Even from your interaction, you have shared your excitement of coming to interact with us, even of you learning something from us. And it is such a heartwarming thing to hear from such a good person that we have been learning from we the small ones. And we hope our collaboration will continue from here. We have very brilliant young minds here, young people who have served in various capacities at the IS houses and even at the national space. And we would also like to interact with you. We are hoping that after the pictures, before you leave us to deal with other important business, you can as well interact with our youth representatives as well. Very notable people. We will also record the proceedings. So if in case you want to hear who exactly is present, they will introduce themselves when we start with normal business. So maybe you can watch them and then see who exactly was present in our city. So, honourable members, as I said, we will go outside after proceedings is suspended to take pictures just for 10 minutes, and then we'll come in and take our refreshments and proceed with normal business. And for the records, it is 3:53 right now. By 4:10, we need to proceed because we want to dedicate at least 1 hour 30 minutes to the debate on the important motion that we have. Honourable members, on this note, proceedings stand suspended for 10 minutes. Honourable members, welcome back to proceedings. Please, let's maintain the quorum in the room. No chit-chatting as proceedings are ongoing. Proceedings hereby resume. Honourable members, we will limit private business to one each item. So we only take one question, one statement, and one petition. So moving straight to item 7 on the other paper. So move straight to item 7, which is questions. Does any member, I think before we get there, we skip the introduction of MPs. So we'll do the introduction of MPs and then we'll proceed straight to the private business. So we'll start from the high table or the speaker's days so that you know all the people being ruled over here. So let's just start from there. You tell us who you are, and then you are obviously acting as deputy clerk. So let's start from there. No, speak.
My name is Narh, acting deputy clerk.
Thank you.
Please, my name is
Deputy clerk. Yes.
Please, I'm Afram, acting as deputy.
Yes.
Acting clerk.
Thank you very much. We'll proceed from our honorable righteous. Introduction, tell us your name, the constituency you are representing. Please be audible. We are not using microphone, so we need to speak loud.
My name is.
Please, you cannot stand seated. Speak seated. Please proceed.
My name is
Please, I can't hear anything. Your name is
George R.K. MP for Amanor.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
I'm a person of Bruce Julian Campujo, MP for Prampram.
yeah. Please, I didn't hear anything. Okay, you are an observer. You are not an MP. You are an observer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Enoch Sunuch, MP for Sige, and also the second Deputy Speaker, acting.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker House. My name is myself, the MP for holding on the up to age, which is corporate. And the only thing is which is commercial.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the August House. Raymond Elikem Agbe is the name. I continue to the constituency.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I respond to the name Hubert Agbahode, Youth MP for Akachi North constituency, and the Deputy Minority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Francis Oji Wami, the MP for Afram North, and Chairman for Good Governance and Democracy, also the acting majority. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So proceed from Mark Bless. Honorable Mark Bless, introduce yourself and then close knowledge.
My name is Dawaban Mark Bless, MP for Account Constituency.
The observers, you can introduce yourself.
My name is Tetteh. I'm observer.
Okay. So you are the Tetteh guy behind of the Tetteh. Tetteh. Yes.
Masha for Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Grace.
I'm Grace Fafali, Agbeli, an observer.
Yes.
I'm Robert.
And in fact, point of correction, you are not an observer. You are the deputy clerk operations in an inactive session. So for the records, yes.
Okay, Robert, you is my name. An MP representing the good people of Farmers and Ranchers. Thank you.
My name is Ivan, youth MP from Krachi West. Today, Krachi West. Today I am representing. Today I am representing Agbe also. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. But honorable member, this is not Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. So on what capacity?
Thank you, right honorable Speaker. That's why I'm saying today I'm representing Agbe also.
Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. May I seek your permission, before I introduce myself, may I seek your permission and the permission of the House to wish one of our patrons happy birthday, Dr. Harrison Belly. Today is his birthday. Yeah, so I wish him happy birthday, Dr. Harrison Belly. He is the HOD of Governance Department of EPUC. Okay. My name is Harriet Senanu Abude, the Youth MP for both Central and Chairperson for Special Budget Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the Agbe House. My name is Wanda Nicodemo Jamashi, Youth MP for Amanor constituency. The majority chief whip of this Agbe House, in fact, the one who makes sure that the two sessions is whipping to Caucus for commencement of business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guests. Mr. Speaker, I respond to Amanor Youth MP Ningo Prampram for this place. Thank you very much.
And then, honorable members, I am Amegashie-Viglo, Speaker of Parliament. Honorable members, we proceed straight to item 7 on the other paper. Questions. Are there any questions?
Yes.
I believe there are no questions. Yes, majority chief whip.
All right, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the Agbe House. My name is Wanda Nicodemo Jamashi. As you rightly said, majority chief whip of this Agbe House. Mr. Speaker, I bring you warm greeting from the good people of Amanor constituency. We are doing well, actually. And as the representative in this Agbe House, when I was coming, I consulted them and they asked me, what is the active role of youth in mainstream politics? Because over the years, we tried to climb the ladder. We have been striving hard. But it seems that politics take over everything. And our voice doesn't reach the top as it's supposed to. So what are our active roles on the bigger table? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I believe that is why we are here. Even the engagement that we have today, we influence decisions of office holders. And one by one, they are going to listen to us. I must say that monetization has indeed affected our voice. But we should not lose hope. National Youth Authority is equally there. And if possible, Honorable Joshua Tetteh being here, we have equally had an influence on him. And our deliberations will get there. All I want to say is that do not lose hope. We are indeed making impact. The future is for the youth. They will not be there forever. We'll get there. Even at worst, if they don't listen to us, we'll still get there. But when we get there, let us not forget that we were once youth before. That is all I have to say. Thank you very much. Honourable members, this brings us to the close of the question session. We'll proceed to statements. Are there any statements for the House? Yes, Honourable Commander.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the August House. We're Modelicum Agbo, Agbotumes of the constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is actually an observation which I want to put through a statement. And all youth MPs should actually take this not as an attack, but actually as a statement as it comes. I think that if we want to look at ourselves this afternoon, the question would be, can we represent our constituencies in Parliament in the way we look? That should be the question. Can we represent ourselves in Parliament, in Ghana's Parliament, in the way we look? So we keep learning every day, and we are aspiring to be the leaders, as the majority leader has said, if he questions whether we truly are ready to take up leadership of this country, because we appear to be doing the worst. I think that we are gradually learning, and some of these sittings are just a good way to tell us how tomorrow should be. Today, Honorable Joshua Tetteh is here. Today, Honorable Mawunyo Agbe is here, and I'm sure he might have noticed every face and every person that have been here. Please, the way we are addressed really boils down to how you dress. You are addressed as a result of how you dress. And so please, let us watch the way we come up for these cities. We are not saying we should look extravagant. We are not saying you should look expensive. But let us look and represent what we are doing as Youth Impact Parliament. If we cannot dress the way we are to Parliament, I don't think that it's worth it when we bring it here. It is not to say anyone should be discouraged coming here, but I know each and everyone here can look parliamentary when we want to sit over here. Then also, our time. A lot of us were late. A lot of us, myself inclusive, we said 1 o'clock p.m. Myself, I got here 15 minutes after 1. Please, I think that we are all corporates of this, and then let us watch this. I know we started well. We are doing something positive, and tomorrow we will do greater things. I know I will meet a lot of you in bigger offices. And so we started now. The earlier the better. When we were having the first session, a lot of us were on our phones. Throughout, a lot of us. And so I don't know what we are actually impacting ourselves with. The name is Youth Impact Parliament. So if we come here, let us do a lot of impact. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I think that we would have to also watch our time when we come here. If we are giving ourselves 2 hours, 30 minutes for the entire proceeding, if we are starting at 1 o'clock, then by 3:30 we should be out of here. In that case, it would help a lot of people to come back again when the opportunity is given. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, in the August House.
Yes, thank you very much for your observations, and I think we are learning from it. And also, I hope members were not surprised when the presiding member mentioned that even as an assemblyman is a voluntary job. Most of you are seeing this job as a youth MP as a waste of time. If an assemblyman is equally voluntary, this is basically a grooming for you. I want you to take what we are doing as serious, because the people at the top are watching us. Whatsoever we do over here, please do not be surprised that MCs, members of parliament, assemblymen, and people who are holding offices outside this house are watching what we do over here. Let us not take what we are doing as a joke, because there are eyes on us. I want us to put our best behavior so that things will work for us. Secondly, may I issue this announcement to members. We have collaborated with Vera and the others for a blood donation. I think the Chief Officer of Youth Impact Foundation would like to speak on that. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker in the August House, once again. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Vera and Friends blood donation. And so, Youth Impact Foundation has actually partnered with Vera Fafa and her friends to be able to donate blood to the Blood Bank of Home Teaching Hospital, Trafalgar, formerly known as Trafalgar. And so on Tuesday, we are going to be there from morning as early as 8 a.m. We are going to be there all through until we have our total number of persons we anticipate to come and donate. Myself, I will be donating on Tuesday. And so I urge each and every member here who has not donated in the past 3 months to appeal to donate. Let us come and donate to save a life. There are a lot of people in Trafalgar, there are a lot of people in the teaching hospital who need blood to be able to survive. If you donate a blood today and you are given a donor card, tomorrow you will be able to access blood for free. Please, let us come on Tuesday to donate to save a life. It is our project because we have partnered, and so we also have to be there. So minority and majority, and then the entire house, I implore you to be there on Tuesday. Thank you.
Yeah. And also to add, please, there will be incentives for donators. So if in case you don't have Milo, go and donate so that you can get something or maybe a sachet of Milo for your soapies or tea. So that is basically for the announcement. Please, on Tuesday, at least we need not less than 10 members of this house to do that for us. We are partners. We should be able to produce donators. So please, if you don't have anything to do, sir, or if you have something to do, so far as you are an embodiment of a black class that can donate, go and donate and take at least, if not in crown, 1 bag of water. Or pure water, 1 single one. It can save your life. Okay? And please, you get donation card, right?
Yes.
Get that. So please, Tuesday, let us not forget. Okay? And then also, let me give the announcement right now. Youth Impact Parliament is in preparation to collaborate with Youth Model Parliament for a joint sitting online. The sitting, we are hoping that it will take place on the 23rd of June 2023 in Youth Model Parliament in Chimba. The motion will be read to you by, I think, one of the leaders who is on the page. I think it's also about Galamsey, or it's not about Galamsey. It's the same motion. Yes, so please, I want us to prepare. So let us use today's debate as preparation. And for the record, we will be on the minority side. So whatever we are doing here is going to help us debate and show them that Youth YIP is the best chamber. It's the best chamber. So that is for the announcements on statements. This brings us to an end of the statements. Petitions, item 8 on the other paper. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Agbeli House. My name is Wanda Nicodemus Yamashi, Youth MP for Amanor constituency. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon I want to petition your high office on issues of attendance. Out of 93 members of Youth Impact Parliament, I can count the number of MPs there and observers. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is an issue of concern that in August 2022 we took an oath of office that in all manner of cases will be loyal when it comes to duties concerning YIP, YIM, or YIF. Mr. Speaker, typical among them is the second deputy speaker, of whom I sponsor his nomination and approval in August on our inauguration day in August. What happened? Is there anything that she cannot come? Has she been informing you or writing to you in an official way? If there is anything like that, let us know. Because ever since you occupied the office of the Vice President till now, we have not been seeing her anymore. I'm talking about Honourable Member from South Tamil, Vanessa Peace, as I said. When I was coming, I saw her. She came from church, and then, but what happened? She's not discharging her duty. Always, every day, any moment that we come to sittings, it's only Honorable Enoch that we see being in her gown. What happened? Let us know. If she cannot discharge her duty as a second deputy speaker, you should let us know so that you can do the do. Thank you. So with this, I hereby petition your high office that in July sitting, we should hear something about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear comments from the minority that were visiting. Yes, Honorable Kodzi.
Thank you very much, right, Honorable Speaker. I go by the name Francis Kodzi Kwame, Youth MP for Afram Place North. I just want to say I'm very happy for the petition, but not to just mention one name when it's regarding to the leadership or leaders of the House. We can mention the Deputy Majority Leader also. For example, we can also mention the Minority Leader also, for example, and I mean a lot of them that we cannot mention. So we believe that we should have sit down as a leadership to submit the list of those people. Probably we could kick them out of the House before we enter the third Parliament, which means they will not be certified or be receiving a certificate from this House after their tenure. So I'm bringing this suggestion to your table. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gidi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to seek your permission to petition the appointment committee regarding, I want to know the modality that they use to appoint our committee chairs and most of the people who chair the committees. Because since ever that we have appointed them as our committee chairs, some of them have never spot them in our meeting before. So I want to know what are the modalities that they use. Because some of them, after the appointment, I realized they only came for a meeting once, and then they appoint them to be a committee chair. Then some people have been in this movement for some time ago now, but they have not been in the committee chairs. So I want to use your high office to petition the appointment committee. I want independent inquiries into this so that reports will be presented to this House so that we know how things are done, so that we know the way forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last submission on this matter from Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guests of the Speaker. On the issue Honorable Wanda raised in regards to the attendance of MPs in the House, if we should count the number of MPs seated here, I'm sure probably the observers will even be more than we, the MPs, if I'm not mistaken. We are 93 MPs in total, but we have never had a sitting that we were more than 30 before. That is why I've been of the argument that increasing the number of seats to 155 probably will still be at the same place. And as he has rightly said, the Deputy Speaker, my Deputy Leader, the Minority Leader, and a whole number of people who are not here. I don't know why, because I've been of the argument several that willingly you applied. You were asked whether you'll be able to come for, willingly you agreed. Willingly you came for inauguration. So what is preventing you to come here willingly for a sitting of this nature? I get it. So me, I don't know if it left to me alone. There is no investigation whatsoever. Our standing orders are clear. When you meet, when you don't come for sitting more than 2 times with no official writing to the Speaker, you are being booted out. We did it in December. So what is preventing us to do same? Is it that some people are more special than some people? And to say, what's the name? To add this, those who we booted in the first session are of more competent than those who are lagging around currently. The like of Oli Gabas and then our Vincent and Selum Eric Barton. Even with those people, we booted them out. So how more people of those caliber that are still not coming for sitting? The other one we met Honorable Kofi Ato. It was very sad. He has to come, sit and wait for us to come. Even we coming, our number was not even encouraging. Look at the day we met MCE here. Today, it was by God's grace that we had a lot of observers who one with the other gracing the occasion, and then it looks like we are more. So me going into the future, I wish the second deputy speaker was here, the appointment committee chairperson, so that when you apply and then they are vetting nominees for the third parliament, if it left to me alone, we should limit youth impact parliament to who and who alone. Voter region alone. If we are maintaining 155 seats, I have no problem that everybody should come from voter region. Because the likes of my good friend, Honorable Joshua Tetteh, Honorable Joshua Tetteh, not you. There's one another Joshua Tetteh in UCC. He applied, and always on his status, he's the youth MP for I've forgotten the Kumfi something in the sense every day on his status, but on no single day he has even appeared as citizen, even not the virtual citizens, and we have other MPs like that. People just want the avenue that there's youth impact parliament, probably it has name, so they want to just jump on it and then move around with the glory. So if it's left to me alone, all of us are residents of Ho and voter region. If it's left to me alone, we should limit it. If you are coming from anywhere far away, even Sogakope, you will not be considered. You shouldn't be considered if it's Sogakope, so that we can have the number. Imagine today, Honorable Joshua Tetteh is here, as well as what's the name? Presiding member is here, and all 93 MPs are present. Just look at how they will feel comfortable. Probably Honorable Joshua Tetteh and presiding member probably are used to smaller numbers of this nature, of which they don't mind. But Honorable Kofiato was very concerned about our numbers when he came, because he thought this entire number. Until I made mention that we are 93, and he said, where are the many people? So, Mr. Speaker, the appointment committee, please go into the third parliament. We shouldn't be having issues of members, and then again, I'll say, some members ride on youth impact parliament to get whatever they want to get, and then after that, they don't come back. Especially the second deputy speaker, that matter is on the table currently. That's why every now and then, I'm happy with Honorable Agbe and Honorable Vixen. They were here before they became SLC executives. They were with us as SLC executives, and they are still with us after being SLC executives. And this is how it's supposed to continue. For the very fact that you become SLC executive does not mean that your coming here ends. Honorable Joshua spoke about next breaking. I've met a lot of people as far as youth impact parliament is concerned. And then we will go. So if we point hands at our MPs in parliament, the other time when, what's the name? Greater Accra Regional Minister, Honorable Kennedy Japan, and even Honorable Josafo, who have met several citizens in parliament, all of us seated here, including those who are not here, had lambasted this particular woman by virtue that she has not reported to parliament. But we are exhibiting the same attitude. So going into the future, what are we going to be? So the very things that we are saying our leaders are not doing rightly, we are doing the worst. We are doing the worst. So Mr. Speaker, let me alone. Youth Impact Parliament is a very good initiative. We have a lot of tertiary institutions involved. A lot of people want to learn. I told you the other time, because I'm in charge of the Facebook page, the messenger, every now and then, if nothing at all, within a week, you get 3 messages, people asking from home, when is nomination opening? When is nomination opening? And then the seats are occupied, and the human beings who are supposed to come and let's have the seat occupied are not here. Mr. Speaker, there should not be need for any investigation or whatsoever. Our standing orders are clear. Just that it's unfortunate that, what's the name? We have last sitting before the end of the second parliament. But the appointment committee, if you are a member of the appointment committee, please go into the third parliament. We will not be tolerating any attitude of not coming. You can say you will come for a sitting. It's understandable because we are all busy. But for the mere fact that you'll be roaming around and make statements that are unfounded by virtue that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to end here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority. This matter has equally been a headache to me. But the way I'm coming to handle this petition is going to be in a special way. I want to plead on the House to accommodate the model I'm coming to use. As a matter of fact, in the first session of this House, we booted out 28 MPs. One seat became vacant when Honorable Cyril Ekeli rose up to become a deputy clerk. That is how we got 29. Sorry, Voted out 27. One other MP applied the end of service order, which is you can bring your service to the house to a close. Instead of you being removed, you can end. So the MP for Amansaman did that, and then 0. So two seats were vacant, and then 27 MPs were voted out. Because I thought the house would be dissolved soon. But as of now, out of the agitations of members, I am convinced that we cannot change our principle. If you break the law, it should affect you. So on this note, under normal circumstances, I'll refer this matter to the Privileges Committee. But the chair of the Privileges Committee is indicted in this matter, and I cannot refer this matter to the Privileges Committee. Mind you, we have another sitting in July before the dissolution sitting in August. So I am convinced to set up an ad hoc committee, and I'll refer anyone who has missed 3 sittings and who has still not presented himself today to that ad hoc committee. But I cannot take that until a decision has been made by the House to permit such, yes, majority leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guest house. Mr. Speaker, I disagree with any ad hoc committee. It's just a waste of time. We know what to do. The standing orders are clear. It is clear. When you don't come for a sitting more than 2 times without any official writing to you will be put out. And what is the reason that they are going to give that is going to convince you so that they are to miss 6 sittings in this particular session, including this one? Some people even have not presented themselves for swearing in since first session.
Out of the 29, some have not been available.
So in the first session, so this is the 10th sitting of this particular parliament, right? 11th sitting of it. People have not attended 11 sitting, and they are still members of parliament. So what should we be keeping them for?
Yes, it's only for the records. It's only one member who has missed all 11 sittings. He was the one who was refused by the House.
So yeah, I remember. So even if it is even 5, it is too much.
Yes.
Even if it is even 5, and then forming another committee for them to go is a waste of time. Let's use the military democracy kind of something and let them go quick so that we can find our way.
Right Honorable Speaker in the August House, I must support the majority leader's comments with respect to limiting our parliament to the region if possible. As much as possible, to the best of my knowledge, I think we have 18 constituencies in the region. So if we count the number of youth MPs here, MPs, we are not even up to 18. The youth MPs. So where is the youth MP for Adaku? Where is the youth MP for Ketu North, Ketu South, Akachi North, Akachi South, Afagato South? Where? The South Dying. We have one here. Then, if we are looking at the present, the former voter region, which is the OT region, coming to add it to it, I'm sure that we wouldn't even be clocking anywhere. So I think that if we can limit the numbers in our next parliament, it will do us much good. But
on that particular matter, we do think in item 10, but please, can you speak on the current subject matter?
On the current subject matter, I think that the sittings are 11. They are talking about 11 sittings. Our standing orders talks about 2 sittings. 3. So if you have not been able to avail yourself for 3 sittings, the 4th sitting you didn't serve any notice. 5th, even to the 11th. There's no, you can't just give the person the benefit of the doubt to think that person would definitely come back for sitting. A lot of us holding the positions are just holding it because it's sort of a virtual something. And Mr. Speaker, I think that the order of the day with some youth impact parliaments like this, or youth parliaments, had been that it is just a social media flick. Most of them do not have sittings like we do. If we can go and check, I stand to be corrected, youth impact parliaments have had more sittings than any youth parliament. You can check it anywhere. Youth impact parliament have had more sittings than any youth parliament. So I think that if we keep doing this, it is not as though we are just like the others who meet once in a while. But we keep meeting every month and you keep still missing without any notice. I think that we don't have to give them any benefit of the doubt to even call them to a committee. This is the highest decision-making body. So if we are here, then I'm sure that if you agree to kick them all out, we can take the decisions right here. Thank you, everyone speaking.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hubert.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I respond to the name Agbeli. I would like to add my voice to the subject matter under discussion as a member of the Privileges Committee. Mr. Speaker, you've earlier on stated that an ad hoc committee will be formed. I think the ad hoc committee is not necessary because as the chair of the Privileges Committee, being in the same soup, I think since you also be part of that committee, which will be like a conflict of interest when this subject matter is brought before the committee, the best thing we should do is for her to step aside, let a different MP add to the number so it will be an odd number, so that we can also take it from there, because I think the Privileges Committee is having a ranking member. So the ranking member can also step in for the chair, once the chair is being stepped aside. So I think the ad hoc committee won't be necessary. It will involve a lot of time. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I'm not honourable, this is last submission. I want to rule on this matter.
Thank you. My name is myself. Like the majority that there's no need for you to give us the approach committee should just go ahead and look at the records. Those who miss the sitting, their names should be published and signed. Ever. Lord, it's clear, if you miss 3 sittings, you are off. So they should just go to the record, get the people who attended and who did not attend, then those who abstain themselves from the sitting, their names should be published. Then on that, yes, then we save the time of going to so we reporting. So that's what I have to say in that regard.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I'm not going to receive any comments on this matter again, but I'm going to rule based on votes. Now, this is how I'm going to deal with this matter. We have 2 categories of people in this room. The first category are people who survived the first beating out, in the sense that they took their oath, but regardless have still missed 3 sittings. The second category are the people who were supposed to take office from January 2023, but have missed all the 6 sittings. Now, if you have not taken your oath, you are not a youth MP. They can be booted out without referrals. But the ones who have taken their oath cannot be booted out like that. So I'm going to handle this in this case. I have the list of the MPs who were supposed to assume office from January but have failed to come. And I'm going to call out all their names and we'll take a decision whether they are going to be booted out or not. And then we'll go to the second category of people, of which those people is going to be done in 2 ways. Either or not, we let the chair of the Privileges Committee step aside and another person chairs for the people indicted in that category to be investigated, or we form an ad hoc committee. Please, these are the 2 questions I'm going to put. In order to make things short, know the opinion to vote for. When the voice vote does not go well, we opt for head count. Honourable members, so please take note. We need to move forward, and this is my ruling on this matter. So I'm going to read out the list of the first set of people who are supposed to take office, and I'm not going to take any other opinion from here. Or you have anything to say? Please make it very short.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm just looking at mentioning the names of the MPs.
It's very important for the records.
Yeah, I think we have a platform and it could be published on the platform for all of us to see. unlike just mentioning it one after the other, looking at the time.
Honorable, this business, it is important to do things proper. Okay, we are mentioning the names for the records. It's quite amazing that after we booted all those 29 MPs, some of them still go around carrying themselves as youth MPs. I was surprised. When clearly we published the names that, yes, we have been booted out, and they're still going around carrying themselves as youth MPs. But luckily, they are booted on record, uploaded. So if anything, I can just refer them. So it is very important for the records. Honourable members, I'm going to go for it. Out of the 29 that were supposed to take office, I'm going to call the names of the ones who have still missed all the sittings of the House, and then I'll put the question, and then we take a decision on them, and then move to the second category. Please, I beg you, we need to do this right. So, Achiase Tajuden Haruna, Yasoto Imano Apia, Asene Akoso Amanso, Joshua Tetteh, Akropong Paramount Eli Nelson, Ayawa Solno Solomon Abomabik, Brontiano Mungleshi Amanro, David Armstrong Donko, Okaike North, please forgive my pronunciation. Samson Ungwaunani, something like that. Tama Central, Emmanuel Sabute. For the records, has Peter Simba Onyami, has he ever been present for any of our cities?
No.
Okay. So, Tema East, Peter Simba Onyami. These are the list of out of the 29 who have missed all cities. Honourable members, I now put the question to the House.
Yes, because you have left some of the names out.
No, out of the 29 that took office in the 29 who took office in January, the ones who have missed all cities, they are the only people I call. Which name have I left out, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guest house. I don't know whether we are booting out MPs who joined in January or we are booting out MPs who have missed sittings right from the first session to now. Because I've never heard a name like Pegita, Pegita. I've never heard a name like that.
Honorable, I can see you obviously missed my presentation. I said we are booting based on there are two categories of MPs. The ones who have not taken their oath and have missed all sittings, and the ones who have taken their oath but have still missed 3 cities.
So with this, we are taking the ones who have taken their oath.
The ones who have not taken their oath at all.
Mr. Speaker, those who have not taken their oath, there was no need for voting because clearly they are not members in the first place. They are not members in the first place. Nobody here can identify them as MPs aside the records that we hold.
Yes.
Even the records that you hold, we have not ascertained whether truly they have been sworn in or not. We don't have. So clearly, how many are they?
I didn't really count, but I think there are 16. Right?
16. So clearly, 16 vacant seats is there as we speak. Because those people have not taken their oath. So one, they are not members, they are not MPs in the first place. On what basis are you going to ascertain whether they are MPs? It is when they are being sworn in. So in a situation whereby you made the argument that some people even after voting out, they still carry themselves as MPs. Those people, you are giving them some privilege because you have put it into their head that once after appointment committee has confirmed them, automatically they are MPs. They are not MPs in the first place, so there will be no need for us wasting time whatsoever. They are not MPs. So let's focus on those who are taking their oaths. Those are the MPs. On record.
Please, thank you. Resume your seat. I get you very much, but please, we are doing this for the records. They were confirmed and appointed. They only didn't take their oath.
If you are a confirmed minister and they have not sworn you in,
we are wasting time. Let's progress.
Mr. Speaker, Tinubu was elected in February. He waited to recently before he was sworn in as Nigerian president. Until then, no record is holding him about anywhere that he's president of Nigeria.
He was president-elect majority.
And president-elect cannot assume office as president and cannot play any role as president. My argument is that someone has been confirmed and appointed. Fine, I don't have any issue with that. The person had not been sworn in. So what records are we holding against the person that he or she is an MP of the House? So my argument is that we shouldn't even waste our time on them in the first place, because the 16 of them have not even appeared here in the first place, have not even bothered themselves to even come here for any sitting. The virtual sitting we held in March, all of them, none of them participated in that virtual sitting in March. So what are we holding against them as MPs?
Thank you very much, my brother leader. Honourable members, please, I want us to be fair in our dealings.
No, fair how? Mr. Speaker, fair how? Let me say this. It is born out of attitudes of this nature. That is why we are still having MPs who are putting up this particular attitude. Because if you want to be fair in everything, then we will continue to have MPs, because we will get to a time whereby MPs will come. They know that irrespective of anything, there will be fair grounds for them to be able to make their case.
Honourable Leader, thank you very much. You will resume your seat.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, please, for the records, they were declared appointed. You cannot revoke without a declaration. So what we are doing is a declaration to revoke their appointments. That is why it is due process, please. So they are not MPs, but we officially declared them appointed. So we are officially revoking their appointments.
Are you revoking with the voice vote?
Yes. Yes, because I want it to be a decision of the House. Okay. Because yes, Honourable.
Why don't Honourable Speaker and the against us? I think if this is the way we are revoking their membership or their appointment, fine, fair to go.
Yes.
It is just by a voice vote.
Yes.
No, and then it is done.
Yes.
But my also submission is that after August, this parliament is over. We are going to another parliament. So we need to set a precedent for the next parliament.
Yes,
so if this one goes out, in our next sitting, we know the number of MPs we are expecting to sit here.
Yes,
if it is 5, we know we are expecting 5 MPs.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, my brother leader, we are doing this because of the procedures we did ahead. We officially declare them appointed. So, in this wise vote, we are officially revoking their appointments, okay? So, thank you very much. Honourable members, the aforementioned list of appointees who failed to turn up since January for all the 3 sittings, their names are presented. The question is that their appointment as MPs of the 2nd Parliament be hereby declared null and void and accordingly revoked. All members in favor of the question say aye. Aye. Not in favor of the question say nay. Nay. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The aforementioned new MPs appointed since January 2023 who have failed to turn up till today, their appointments has accordingly been declared null and void and revoked. So, that's what I want to say.
I'm of the argument that from the last discussion we held, as far as certificate is concerned, they are not entitled to certificates.
Yes, if their appointment is revoked, they cannot be issued a certificate.
Thank you very much.
Yes, they cannot be issued a certificate. Amazingly, the certificates are ready, but with this decision the House has taken, their certificates will be deleted and be expounded out of our records.
Exactly.
Yes, honourable members, for the second list of people, our MPs since the time they took their oath, either on August 2022 and on January 2023, but have missed 3 sittings. Now the difficulty with this one is that we need to do the counting right. Okay? We cannot take a decision on them now because we have to check their records very well and to be sure that they have indeed missed. So now, the decision I want us to take is, are we going to, since the chair of the Privileges Committee is elected, are we going to elect another member in that committee to serve as chair so that all those members are also referred, will be investigated and reports be presented at the July sitting for them to be voted out, or we create an ad hoc committee for the fact that the chair is being indicted and the committee might be biased out of committed leaders here to investigate and report to the House. Honorable Welcome.
Right Honorable Speaker in the August House, my question is, why this action? Are we doing this action for them to come and apologize and then we accept them back into the House?
Yes.
Because, okay, so if at the end of referring the matter to the ad hoc committee or probably the appointment committee who is going to be chaired by another person, it means when they come with a petition, when they come with a plea, we are going to, the appointment committee will accept the plea and accept them back into this House again. Are we doing good to our standing orders or we are doing bad to it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Debate.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Per my earlier statement, I have made that we should refer the people to the Privileges Committee. To my surprise, even the people on the Privileges Committee here, let's say, I will be the only person that have never missed sitting or attended most of, but somebody like Emmanuel Ahaji, your deputy Selom Agbavo, our deputy speaker Vanessa, and some people that I've never even seen at any of our sittings before. So I would like to revoke my earlier statement that you should only go by the ad hoc committee. So because per the names that I'm seeing here, like we will not do due diligence to the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Elikem, per procedure, they are full-fledged MPs and they have to be taken through the process. Regardless of the fact that we dissolve the House, or there can be a possibility that their plea can be accepted, we need to go through that procedure. Thank you very much. Honorable President.
Mr. Speaker, if we could recall in November, after the appointment committee came with their...
Please, for the record, it's Privileges Committee.
Sorry, Privileges Committee came with their report. There were some MPs that the condition was that if they can attend that particular November sitting, they will be pleaded in. And Honorable Eric Ashanti was present and he was sworn in. After that, he's gone. And we have never seen him anymore.
Oh, please, he came 2 times.
After that?
Yes.
Okay, then sorry for that. But we had other MPs. So what if the appointment committee, the other committee comes up with that particular argument that MPs who one way or the other will be able to attend July sitting should be kept in. Then all of them will come. Yeah. What are we doing to ourselves? We are of the argument that the rules are simple. Any of them want to tell us that all of us sitting here has nothing to be doing. We have some, even if we don't have anything to do, we have sleep to sleep. If we have nothing to do, we have sleep to sleep. Probably some of us have music to, movie to watch, and even go back and do a recap of yesterday's Champions League and laugh at Inter once more. So, Mr. Speaker, you see, when we are massaging kind of the things, it is paving way for see, Mr. Speaker, we vowed for ourselves that we will never reach where we were in November last year, but this is where we are again. What is the probability that when we transition into the 3rd Parliament, we will not be here again? We will continue to still be where we are if we don't make the rules rigid. Yes, we understand that they are full-fledged MPs, but you being a full-fledged MP, sometimes if you don't add Takashi and a bit of this intellect, we will not make we will not make a headway. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, you can follow up.
A quick one. Right, Honorable Speaker, I guess that's a quick one. I think I want to agree and disagree. I agree with the Right Honorable Speaker and disagree with the majority leader on this call. Reason being that when we go back to our first session, the presiding member made a statement that even before you kill a fowl, you give it what? Water. And when you go back to the Constitution, it makes good sense. And that is what is in the Constitution. You cannot boot out a member of Parliament without hearing the member of Parliament. It also doesn't mean that when they get to the Privileges Committee, they will be accepted back to Parliament. To me, if you ask me, if I am appointed as a member of the Privileges Committee, and I get to the committee, and the names have come before me, what is going to be used at the Privileges Committee? The Constitution or the Standing Orders. And what is the Standing Orders? You have missed 2 seats, minimum, or 3. So what do? You are voted out. It is still arriving at the same point with a different route. So I want to agree with Mr. Speaker. With our substantive Privileges Committee, it is not one to mention. This one is a privy committee. There are no villages to it. So I would appeal to the Right Honourable Speaker that we appoint members of Privileges Committee, ad hoc members, right from these sittings, with members who are present here today, to a 3-member or 5-member ad hoc committee to handle the issue at hand. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Kodzi, last submission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I agree with my senior man because no matter what, when they have been so no matter what, if they come to the ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker, I want you to look at people that can do the work and appoint or form the ad hoc committee, and let's clear those lists. And all the lists that will be clearing, they should not receive a certificate to the fact that they were MPs. Thank you very much. They have not completed their tenure, and for that reason, we should not award them with any certificate.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, please, we want to proceed and start the debate, so please, I want us to move very fast, but let's follow the process. Honourable members, I want the House to read Order 34, absence without leave of a youth MP. 1. A member shall not absent himself during a session for more than 3 consecutive sittings without permission from the Speaker. Any member infringing this order shall have his conduct referred to the Privileges Committee by Mr. Speaker. 2. A member shall be excused from service of the House or any committee so long as he has seek the leave of absence from Mr. Speaker. So due to these dimensions, it is important that we follow this procedure. Now, this is the first question I'm coming to put. The first question is whether or not we form an ad hoc committee due to the compromised nature of the Privileges Committee. Honourable members, I now put the question that an ad hoc Privilege Committee be formed to investigate members who have infringed on Order 34. All honourable members in favour of this question say aye. Aye. Not in favour of this question say nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Honourable members, now in forming the committee, it's important to look at the numbers. I am now coming to, there are not suggested numbers, 3, 5, 7, 9. And I want us to do this by head count. So please, 3 members, 5 members, 7 members, 9 members. Only MPs are allowed to vote. Honourable members, the clerks will be the tellers of this vote. And the clerk, acting clerk, Cyril, please count the voting members. Honourable members, should the ad hoc Privileges Committee be 3 members? Please raise your hand. Sorry, please stand up and remain standing. 3 members. Stand up and remain standing. 3 members. Please, we are ending at 5. We are ending at 7, please. Stand up and remain standing. 3 members. Okay, have you recorded? So we are voting for 3. 3 members. Okay, thank you. Honourable members, should the ad hoc Privileges Committee be 5? Stand up and remain standing. Please, remain standing. Yes, no. Are you sure you know the difference? That's why I said remain standing. Okay, so please count them. Okay. Now, the last number. Honourable members, should the ad hoc committee with 7 members stand up and vote and remain standing? 7 members. Okay, thank you very much. You can now resume your seat. Please, Clerk, can you tell us the votes?
With those who are in favor of 3 members for the ad hoc committee, they are 3 in number. Those who stand for 5, there should be 5 members in the ad hoc committee. They are 6 in number.
Thank you very much.
For the 7, you have no one.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the decision has been taken that the committee, the members that will form that committee should be 5 in number. Honourable members, the last decision for us, are members going to leave it as a privilege of the speaker, or members who will nominate themselves or other members to fill in the committee? Are we going to go by me appointing members or members who appoint themselves? I think we just put it as a question. So the question is, should the speaker appoint the members or members appoint them, or members appoint the members? So it's just very simple. When you vote no, it means the speaker should not be members. When you vote aye, it means the speaker, or when you vote nay, it means the speaker should not appoint the members, but members themselves. When you vote aye, it means the speaker should appoint the members. All members, I now put the question to the House. All members in favor of the motion say aye. Not in favor of the motion say nay. All members,
We don't understand.
you didn't understand. Okay, head count. So please, we are going to do it as a head count. All members in favor that the speaker should appoint members of the ad hoc committee be outstanding and remain outstanding. All members in favor that the House MPs appoint members of the said committee be outstanding and remain standing. Okay. I'll take the rest of the votes as abstention. Abstention. So, thank you very much. Members, what are the votes?
2 people stand for, and 3 people are against the motion.
The Honourable
Joshua point.
Thank you very much. A decision has been taken. Members are to appoint their colleagues or themselves onto the privileged ad hoc committee. Other members' nominations are now open. You can appoint yourself or appoint any member. Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker in the August House. I hereby appoint the Honourable Hubert Agbahode as a member of the committee.
Thank you very much. Honourable, do you accept your appointment, your nomination?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Since I've served on that committee before, I will now decline the appointment. I gladly accept it. Thank you.
I'm very confused.
I gladly accept the nomination.
So you are not accepting the nomination?
I gladly accept.
Oh, okay.
I will not decline. So I gladly.
Thank you very much. A second to the nomination. A second to the nomination. Yes, second. Thank you very much. Nomination made. Second. So the second person. Amanor. Oh, yeah, okay. So we need 5 members. We only have 1. Yes, Honourable Bidi.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I stand to nominate one that represents the impact of the previous committee.
Thank you very much. Honourable Honourable, you accept the nomination.
Honourable Speaker, I do accept.
Thank you. Second, yes, Honourable Harriet. Did you ask? I second his nomination. Thank you very much. So that's the second member. So the third member, Honourable Member Kodzi. Okay, yes, you want to nominate.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I nominate Honourable Francis Kodzi to be part of the ad hoc committee.
So, okay, thank you very much. Honourable Kodzi, do you accept the nomination?
Yeah, being part of the appointment committee, I think we have to clear our names by putting those people out. So I duly accept the nomination.
Thank you very much. Second down to the motion. Yes, Honourable is second. Thank you very much. the fourth person. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I nominate Honorable Enoch Nyajo.
Enoch is the marshal. He's not a
Marshal. Okay. Honorable Member, I nominate.
Is it your political? Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Amanor, do you accept the nomination?
No.
Thank you very much. So that nomination is nullified.
Right Honorable Speaker, I hope I can nominate again.
No, let's not nominate again.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, but okay, yes, Honorable. Yes, oh, you're okay. Okay, so please we need another person from majority. Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand to nominate Robert Diawon to be part of the
Thank you very much. Honorable Robert, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Yes, second time. Honorable Honorable or okay, yes, listen. So, thank you very much. So that's the fourth number. Honorable members, are we looking at corpus balance? If we are looking at corpus balance, then we can get someone from the parliamentary service as a neutral figure, or not? Are we looking at corpus, or it's only the MPs?
Yes.
Only MPs. Okay, so we'll have someone from the parliamentary service as secretary to the committee. Okay, yes. I think before I take it, let me hear from Honorable the second. So let me first hear from Honorable Wonder.
Yes,
He wanted to nominate.
Before we proceed with the nomination, with adding one person from the parliamentary service board as secretary, I don't think it is the best.
Parliamentary service.
It's not the best option.
Okay.
Because they are neutral. You don't take part in decision making as far as our proceedings are concerned. In that regard, when that person is subjected to vote, if that person will not be voting at the committee level, meaning there will be 4 members left, which probably will end up in the tie. So I suggest that all should be MPs so that they go and do their work and come back. One can act as chair and one can act as secretary. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Wonder.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On these notes, may I duly nominate a member in order to add up to the 4 nominees. Alright, so on this note, I nominate Honorable Mabless Domavenu.
Okay, Honorable Mabless, do you accept your nomination? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, seconder.
Right?
Yes, Honorable Domavenu.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I would have wished to second this.
Yes, but I think you have another nomination, right?
I had a nomination, not a nomination, I had a suggestion before the nomination.
Okay, so please let's hear your suggestion.
Because, not to denigrate his appointment,
but
I think we have already had 4
from each side.
4 members who are all males.
Oh, okay.
So if we can have a feminine who can add to the flag, because mind you, Youth Impact Parliament is not going to pay them. So if the lady is in there and she wants to do them something small, like a mother figure for them, you will help.
Nominate me. Yes, I think I agree with that. So one man, are you okay with it? Yes. Okay, therefore the nomination is declined. So there's another one.
I nominate the MP for Host Central.
Yeah.
Please, I decline the nomination.
Oh, thank you. No.
I'm very emotional and I pity people a lot, so it will work. I'll be a wise elephant in the world.
Thank you very much.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I rise to decline what she has declined. Reason being that her reason for declining is a non-starter. If she's saying she's passionate, she's not going to, no one on the committee there is working on feelings or emotions. They are working based on the standing orders. And so when she gets to the standing orders, there's nothing like emotions in there. And so if that is the reason, then Right Honorable Speaker, I put it to her that it's a non-starter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
She should reconsider.
Yes, listen,
Yes, yeah, I think she says she cannot, so you don't force her. So that she can compromise on the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Harriet. Please, are you considering your nomination? Or not?
And mother always cry when the baby cries. So.
Yes, she's the mother, please.
Okay, so please, are you accepting your nomination once again? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Harris has declared. Honorable members, please, let's appoint the last person and move on with business. Yes, Honorable. Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to appoint to nominate Fafali Grace.
Yes, please, Papa is Deputy Clerk Corporation. She's not an MD. She's not yet an MD. Yes, so please. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to nominate Right Honorable. Please, I nominate
Before the nomination, I want to ask Vanessa Peace, as I said, who was the former chair of the committee? Was she the chair for the privileges committee? She is the chair for the privileges committee. I want to ask, is she an MP?
Yes, she's an MP.
For Southcom. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Alright, so I nominate the MP for 2H.
We don't have anything in our record like 2H.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Today, the minority, I don't know what is wrong with them. For the purposes of the camera and then the records, we have nothing in our record as 2H constituency. What do we have in our record as 2H constituency? We don't have. The only thing we have is Mr. Speaker, what we have in our record is our constituency. Unless probably they want to create another constituency in northern region, fine. But we don't have anything like 2H. 2H can be, what's the name? He and her. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Second. Yes, Honorable. What is the topic?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before we continue the second Honorable's nomination, I think there has been one nomination before the gender equality. So we should rather go back to such Honorable.
Okay.
Not to make him feel.
So Honorable, that was due to the presentation. So Honorable, I think before we come to good things, let's hear from you because that presentation, that submission took away that opportunity. So Honorable, are you reconsidering your nomination? Yes or no? Yes. Yes, please. Second.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to second. And also to tell the majority leader that Howard constituency has 2 H's and 2 zeros and 1 E in the spellings. And so the name is Howard constituency, also known as 2H constituency.
Mr. Speaker, on record, we don't have 2H constituency in our record.
Also known.
So you can't use your also known in your constituency. Don't use it here. Because as far as our records are concerned, we don't have anything like 2H in our records.
Also known can be expounded.
So also known as 2H. Mr. Speaker, out of this particular chamber, use your 2H. I don't have a problem. But in this chamber, 2H can be he or her. Thank you very much.
I think Honorable Mark's nomination has been seconded by you.
Yes,
okay, yes, Honorable, any comments before we move on? Are you okay?
I just want them to that. Why is it crying more than the
okay.
So your nomination of Agbe is 2H.
Okay, Honorable, thank you very much. Yes, Honorable, the last submission.
Mr. Speaker, not to say that I'm not in favor with the nomination of my brother Mark. But when we are looking at a committee that is going to discipline people, we should equally be disciplined ourselves. Looking at the honorable member, he's not properly dressed, and I've been observing him all this while. That normally anytime he's coming to the house, he doesn't dress well. So I don't think he's at the right position to play that role in the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guest house. Mr. Speaker, I rise to put the minority leader to order. in this particular context, we are not talking about dressing. We are not going to query MPs as far as their dressing is concerned. You have not thanked God that he has even not dressed properly and is here. He is here, at least he is here. We are talking about attendance. The topmost priority of this particular sitting is for MPs to come. Fine, we can talk about the dressing in the future. So, please, your submission, one way or the other, for voter regions, voter river inside. Please, Mr. Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, our whip is here. He can whip our member to order as far as his dressing is concerned. Leave that one to the Caucus and we'll hand it out. But as far as we are concerned, the nomination of Hogwarts constituency MPs, it has fallen into the water. So don't cry. Don't be crying too much for the whip. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. All members, all 5 members of the committee have been nominated. Clerk, can you read the nominations to us?
Members of the ad hoc committee: 1. Gilbert. 2. Honorable Wonder. 3. Honorable Francis. 4. Honorable Robert. 5. Honorable Blaise.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, are we going to leave to them to determine who the chair and secretary will be, or we should choose this now? Honorable members, are we deciding on their leadership now? When they meet, they choose? Yes, honorable President.
Mrs. Lee, I think very much. I think they can decide that among themselves. But it's not for us to determine who will be their chair. I think that will be appropriate.
Oh, okay. I think we can take that decision now. So, I want to leave it to the House. Either the committee will meet now and tell us who their chair will be, or yes, I think for this particular, you need someone who is committed. So, this is the appointments of the committee. Before we declare them appointments, I want them to just go to the back there and have a conversation with the chairman, vice chairman, and secretary will be, and get back to us in 2 minutes. And then we proceed to declare them appointed and move on with business.
Be quick.
Yeah, so please, because as a matter of fact, this same motion will be done at a joint sitting. So the only thing we are doing here is just a rehearsal. Left to me alone, when we do the public business, we adjourn so that we do the actual debate with the joint. Because if we come here and we talk, we will exhaust all our points. I think we should reserve. I think we should reserve that for. I think we'll reserve that for the joint sitting on the 23rd. Yeah, so who will be the representative of the committee to speak? Okay, Honorable Kodzi, can we get the leadership proposed for the
All right, so the leadership of the ad hoc committee, we have Honorable Hubert Agbakode. He was not just given the position, but we also deliberated on the fact that he was part of the privileged committee and he have that experience to guide us in making our decisions. And we have the Honorable MP for Amegashie constituency as the vice to. And then we have my learned fighting friend as the secretary. Honorable Bless.
Bless, our secretary.
My crush.
So, fellow members, the 5-member ad hoc privileges committee, so appointed, stating clearly their chair, vice chair, and secretary are hereby declared appointed. Now, the terms of reference is all the functions of the privileges committee. The functions of the privileges committee are hereby given to you with full blessings of the House. The members so indicted, the list will be presented to the committee with all backing evidence for the committee to look at. The committee can either meet physical or online, and they are to present a report at the 11th sitting of the House, soon to be appointed, 12th sitting of the House, soon to be appointed in July, whether or not members who have taken their oath should be voted out or not. Honourable members, we'll move on. This brings us to the end of petitions. We'll move on now to commencement of public business. Honourable members, before we move on, we have agreed, whilst the committee was deliberating on who their leaders will be, that the debate will rather be done at a joint sitting. We don't want members to exhaust all their feelings and agility for the motion. This House will serve as minority during the joint sitting, and it will be co-chaired by I and the Speaker for YIP Model Parliament. So please, it's the same motion. We'll share the poster and then details. Members should prepare, and then we do that rather at the joint sitting than today. So we'll only do item 10, 11, 12, and item 16. Thank you very much. Honourable members, update on the third Parliament nomination forms. May I state clearly that I do agree that the members of the next Parliament should come from Volta. But the issue is that some people might be far, but they can afford to come, so far as they don't break the rule. As much as possible, the seat should be the 155, because after we appoint the members and there are no vacancies, people keep on asking, people who are committed, who are around. So left to me alone, I am okay, sir, if we only get, should it be that 50 seats so appointed at the inauguration of the House. And as time goes on, when more committed members are coming, we'll add them. Yes, so let's have the seats there. But it is now up to the appointments committee to only accept people who are proving themselves that they will be around and they will come for sittings. And people who are coming from Accra and it is obvious that they will never come for any sitting, now recommend them. And for the updates, we have received not less than 81 applications as of now. Today is the 11th day out of release of forms and we have received 81 applications. I am certain that out of that 81, 20 of them are out of water. And I'm quite certain that out of that 20, not less than 15 of them are never going to come, even so appointed. So I put it to the appointments committee to do a good job. So although we have 81 as of now, I think 61 of them are potential MPs. That is my opinion, please. That is my opinion. So this is the strategy that we are doing for the forms. At every 5 days, we release a new poster of colors. The first color was blue, the next one was cyan. The current color is green. The next one will be lean, the next one will be gold. So on the 15th, we release the lean, the lime color, L-I-M-E. On 20th, we release the gold. On 25th, we release the purple. On 30th June, we release the red. So the colors are sending signal. And then we have one last color, which is black. The black will be released when the House is content that nominations are to be closed. So when it is released that day, at 12 p.m., the nominations will fully be closed. So that is the strategy of releasing. The procedure for filling the form is very important, because if a member cannot fill the form, he does not deserve to even be an MP. It is a test that we want to be an MP. Secondly, MPs who wish to continue to the next Parliament ought to fill the form, just as it is done in Parliament of Ghana. Yes, they are sitting MPs, but if they want to be in the next Parliament, they have to go for primaries again and contest. So it's the same thing that we are doing. So that is the update on the third Parliament nomination forms. Any questions from members or comments? Yes, Honourable Harris, Agbeli.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Please, I would like to suggest, if you assign members more duties or some duties, that will impel them to be coming for cities. Yes, that's what I want to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luckily, item 13 will throw more light on how we want to make the next Parliament more vibrant and how these duties will get them with a lot of incentives. Any comments on the update? There's Honourable Hubert.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to add my voice to the updates. Based on what transpired in this second Parliament, whereby other honorable or other individuals show interest in being part of this parliament because there is no vacant position, even though people are not coming for the sitting. So in the next parliament, when something of such nature occur, I think surely one or two members still will show the same attitude that they portray in this second parliament. So I'm suggesting that the moment an individual shows interest in joining us, you should just refer the people that are not coming sharp to the privileges committee. They should be booted out so that the people that are showing interest should occupy such position. It shouldn't be that we should increase the numbers to create platform for other people to come and join. Because looking at the 93 people that are supposed to occupy this hall, but our numbers are not even encouraging. So those members should be booted out so that the people that are showing interest, even if it's one sitting that they come to join us, we are good to go. That's my suggestion, right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, thank you very much. Your suggestion is in order because I said, me personally, I'm not interested in filling the seats. So that is why I put it to the appointments committee to get us people who have proven that they will be around. If at worst, if it is that by 30th June, we have 150 applications, and out of that, the appointment committee only sees 60 as MPs who present themselves. We'll ratify them and inform the House with 60. The other seats will be left vacant. So that when people show interest, we will refer them to appointment committee to revert them. Yes, so I also don't want the issue of, because in the second parliament, we have all the seats filled and we're receiving comments. People want to join. And we keep on telling them the seats are filled. So left to me alone, I don't want all seats filled. So that when committed people come around along the line that they want to join, we can help them to join at different variations. So far as they take they are okay. So everything goes to the appointment committee. Please, appointment committee, hold your meetings of how you are going to get them, at which time, how you are going to get them, what you need, whether they see this, their forms. Have that deliberations on your page, so that immediately it is 1st July, we start the vetting process. Because in July, we are going to have series of activities. In July, by 10 July, the vetting should end. Then from 10 July, we are hoping that we will consider the appointments early. So that from 10 July, we'll start looking at them and we'll confirm their appointments. Then from there, we'll start holding series of orientations. Because I've seen that a lot of people are not informed of their duties. Even as chairpersons, they don't really know their duties. So in item 12, I'm going to unveil to you the review that the Standing Orders Committee is considering for your perusal and then approval. So that is it. Thank you very much. I would like us to take item 12 before item 11, because item 11 is in a different context. Honorable Robert, you have something to say?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Still Robert here. I want to ask concerning the filling of the form. As an incumbent, and you desire to battle another seat, the seat of your desire, is it allowed?
Yes, please. So also for the appointment committee, what we do is that if an incumbent is coming again for the seat, we give him that, should I say, that privilege to occupy it, so far as he has proven himself that he will be around. But when an incumbent wants to change his seat, if the other incumbent is not coming again, then the incumbent of the other seat can fill. But if both of them are going, so far as the other, sometimes they can, it's left to the appointment committee to deal with it. Because maybe taking for instance prostitution, I'm not sure, is it Karachi East? I'm not sure Chris might come again, he hasn't filled the form. So when you apply for that, you get. And someone has even filled the form for him and someone. And in the situation of Go West, we had an agreement that someone, between you and then the current incumbents, right? Yeah, that he will take it for now. You want to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, even my competency alone has shown that I deserve that thing. So let's just assume that it's up.
Yes, but we had an agreement as of then that since you guys have shown his best, you take it for second parliament, and then the next parliament, you take another seat and you take it. So in your contest, it has already been sorted out. Yes, honorable event.
All right, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. About the appointment committee, are we still using that of the second parliament?
Yes, it will be the second parliament's appointment committee that will vet the nominations for the third parliament.
Okay, so I happen to be a member of the appointment committee.
Yes.
So in that circumstance, how is it going to be?
Yes, so now let me enlighten you. You can take your seat. I'm going to enlighten you what happens in Parliament. It's part of the appointment committee of Parliament of Ghana. But he was Minister Designate for Energy. As a matter of fact, he was part of the vetting for all the other ministers. But when he got to his own, he was now in front of the committee. So yes, you can still be a member of the appointment committee. You vet other people. But when this is your turn, the committee will vet you. Yes, so learning from them will be like that. Yes, please. Yes, Honorable Robert.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I still want to ask if the vetting is going to be virtual now physical. Is it going to be virtual like it has been done previously?
Yes, thank you very much. As much as possible, it's going to be virtual. I'm not sure the appointment committee will do it physical because not all of us are around here. Virtual is more convenient. So the appointment committee, I'm sure they will use virtual. Yes, yes. Please, I'm very sure even our acting clerks here would like to be an MP. Want to be in this role? Because we have some new roles that I'm going to do. So it's up to you. Maybe if you are enjoying here, you can let us know whether you want to be an MP or not. Yes, and I'm sure, sister, I'm sure you want to be a youth MP.
She's already joining us.
We shall apply that. So she will share the second deputy. Yes, please, Robert.
I'm still on the issue, right? Because maybe during the time of vetting, the person or maybe the honorable member may be at a place where maybe there will be a network problem. Some kind of problem.
So I think the timetable will come out. This time around, the appointments committee will get a timetable.
Maybe it can happen that maybe where the person may be at that particular moment. I'm of the view that the person's plea or maybe the efficacy of that kind of particular problem, maybe the committee should maybe consider that maybe at that moment. I'm not saying that it will happen, but maybe at that particular moment where this is supposed to be conducted, there should be some kind of consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Wilson.
I believe resources colliding too fast. I believe that one committee will give you wrong notice. So there's no way you like have a very nice system. Program yourself down so that when they call you, you can wait that they know that you can hide yourself. You don't worry about it.
Yes, so honourable members, just to say, I don't recall for the second parliament, the members that we couldn't get on Google Meet, they were called. So that is a method for the appointment committee. When they didn't get you through the picture, they'll surely call you. Yeah. But when they call you, they don't get you, then they'll move ahead. Yes. Yes, so please. Yes, so please, before we proceed, I can see our colleague John Bingi. I can see in the chamber. I think he's an aspiring youth MP. We want to see you apply so that you can stand in that honor. So please try and do the form. Yes. So please, the appointments committee, please, I need you to start the deliberations and make everything ready before the time, before 1st July. So it could be possible that even we can add you to the page, because anytime someone fills the form, he joins a page. We are gathering them all there. So please start your deliberations and communicate to us. So I think that's the last item on this. We will now proceed to the next item on the other paper, item 12, which is, yes, we close very soon. It's right. So we said we are not debating, so we close very soon. Other members, for the item 12, the Standing Orders Committee is considering the following provisions to revise and update. So the first thing the committee wants to do is revising the committees. The Standing Orders Committee is revising the committees. We are not changing the number, but we are revising their names and functionalities. So taking for instance, the Internal and External Affairs Committee will now be called the External Affairs Committee. The Research and Intelligence Committee in the Third Parliament will just be called Intelligence Committee. I think that's all for the standing. But for the select, majority of the select committees have been renamed with full functionality. So you know the old names. We will now have the following committees being renamed. Committee on Chieftaincy and Religion, that is Chieftaincy and Culture and then Religion joined together. Committee on Defense and National Security. Committee on Good Governance and Democracy will now be renamed to Committee on Democratic Governance. Election Monitoring has not been touched. We will now have Committee on Employment and Labor. We will now have Committee on Environmental Protection has not been touched, it's still the same. We will now have Committee on Food and Agriculture. We will now have Committee on Gender, Children and Social Protection has been renamed to just Committee on Gender and Children. Committee on Human Rights has not been touched. Committee on Judicial Affairs has not been touched. We will now have Committee on Lands and Natural Resources. Committee on Legal and Legislative Affairs has now been renamed to Legal and Legislative Affairs. We will now have Committee on Local Government. Committee on Student Affairs has not been touched. Committee on Standard and Cost of Living has not been touched. We now have Committee on Trade and Industry, and then Committee on Technological Development has not been touched. So that is for the review, and their functions have been revised. Now, the next addition is that we want to introduce assistant clerks. As you know, the select committees don't have secretaries. So we want assistant clerks who will be secretaries to at least not less than 6 committees. Now, the assistant clerks is also to muzzle the clerk department. As you know, we tried solving that, but we couldn't solve it. So we want more hands on deck, hoping that now that their number will be 6, we have clerk, 3 deputy clerks and 3 assistant clerks. We will now be able to work on both the proceedings and then official report for us. So more hands on deck, hopefully that will solve that situation. And then also, we don't want MPs acting over here again as clerks. So whenever the deputy clerk or clerk is not around, the assistant clerks are supposed to fill in. Because we have redefined the functionality of all MPs now. So that is it. So we'll have assistant clerk affairs, assistant clerk relations, and assistant clerk accounts, who will not be MPs. The marshal department as well has been muzzled with 2 deputies in addition. So it will be a marshal and then 4 deputies. You have deputy VIP, protection, deputy information security, physical security, and emergency response. Please take note that we have started working on the mace for the house. So now the mace will always be carried by a marshal or deputy marshal. We don't want an MP carrying the mace on our observer. That is why we are increasing the numbers. Please, Parliamentary Service of Ghana, they are more than 275. They are almost getting to 400 or 500. Because the secretarial job, this parliament is very active. if it was a dormant parliament, we could even have just 2 clerks. But we do a lot of things. And with the redefine and revision of duties, the job has a little bit tripled. Okay, so that is why we are strengthening the marshal department and the clerks department. Now, the second update, the third update is that since the number is increasing, we want to now have vice chairpersons and deputy ranking members for the standing committees, and then the select committees will now have ranking members. It is in line with the proposal of the MP for Whole Central that when we give more roles to the MPs, they will have more reason to come. It is not really a defense because we have a lot of chairpersons who have been 10. But I blame myself for not giving more orientations. So now roles have been clearly defined for each of them. We have clearly defined roles. And we are hoping that the committee system will become more active and proactive. Please, the roles will be shared. We have very defined roles. Even the role for speaker to all of them have been edited and then have been refined a little bit. If we want to present everything, we will not close now. That is why I have just summarized the report of the Standing Orders Committee for your consideration and approval. Honourable members, any comments? If there are no comments, can someone move a motion for the acceptance of the Standing Orders Committee report and then prior amendments of the Standing Orders for the inauguration and user of the third parliament? All these things will effect from the third parliament, yes? Comments and motion for approval? Yes, Mawunyo, please move the motion for approval. Okay, let's take motion for approval for motion for adoption from Honorable Harris. Please move the motion for adoption. Yeah, so this is capacity building. I can help you with the words. Just Mr. Speaker, I asked him the motion that the Standing Orders Committee report do stand adopted. Thank you.
Apologies. All right.
Yes, please. Or you can say I move the motion.
I move the motion.
Thank you very much. Second now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I hereby second the motion that the report from the Standing Order Committee is hereby adopted.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put the question to the House on the motion. All members in favor of the motion that the report of the Standing Orders Committee be adopted, say aye. Aye. Not in favor, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Therefore, these amendments to the Standing Orders are hereby adopted. Honourable members, the last thing before we adjourn is the Committee on Election Monitoring. Honourable members, very important elections has happened since our last meeting, which is the election of SRC executives, of HTU SRC, election of parliamentary and presidential candidates of the National Democratic Congress, and soon to be election of presidential and parliamentary candidates of the new Patriotic Party. Honourable members, this is for us to discuss. Any comments on that? Oh, we are all okay with that? Yes, Honourable.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I will take mine to the national space.
Yes.
It's kind of heartbreaking and surprising at times when things that are supposed to be in place, roads that are supposed to be constructed, water bodies or dams that are supposed to be fixed, are left for the citizens to suffer using what? The deplorable nature of the roads and dams that are what? Not even having a cup of water. Right, Honourable Speaker, you'll be amazed that the just ended Kweu by-election. Okay, the Kweu is still related. you surprised at the space at which what developmental projects are going on overnight. Right, Honorable Speaker, you ask yourself that, do we have this money in the coffers before what the citizens are suffering? And you go to what Asimnof currently, I learned all the hotels there have been booked by what our leaders. Whereby what if there is no by-election, you will not see anything going on. When there is what a hint that you will lose a seat, that's when you will see that developmental projects are being pushed to places. Currently they are constructing what an astroturf, but on a normal day you will never see what that astroturf being constructed at this particular time where there is no by-election. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view that I've said this before, where the 66th anniversary was held here, the independence anniversary was held here. Mr. Speaker, if not because of the anniversary, we will not see our roads from Godokwe down to Trafalgar down to the stadium, where the airport is. You will not see that road being fixed on the normal day. Mr. Speaker, when you plow the road from Bo to Aplawu, you will cry like when a pregnant woman, I'm sure the pregnant woman will deliver before reaching wherever that she is going. Mr. Speaker, we are suffering in this country, but our leaders will see that this thing is supposed to be fixed. I'm telling you, if there should be any program that should happen in Volta again, whereby the only road that they will pass before reaching Boye is Aplawu to Boye, that road will be fixed within a twinkle of an eye. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a high time we take our leaders responsible. We take them accountable for what the office, the oath that they swear for what for the office, because they are using public funds for which they are lying down there without doing anything. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I'm saying that the current by-election should be something that we should all learn from, whereby citizens should do the due diligence, not should be frightened by the mere developmental project that's going on currently. Thank you.
Thank you, right Honourable Speaker. My name is I want to speak on the SRC election. Mr. Speaker, I am very, very happy today to speak on the SRC election. Currently, 3 consecutive administrations, Youth Impact Parliament is blessed that every time we have an MP who is an SRC executive. Again, I just want to caution our panel members who normally go out there to contest this SRC election that they should be very mindful of whatever they do over there. Because if you are youth MP here and you are serving in that capacity, whatever you do, speak much more and also speak about the association. If you serve well, you speak good about the association. Therefore, it also speak bad if you did not perform well. Because if you serve in administration whereby your name is tarnished, you have done this, you have done this, and then this program is being telecast live, and you are speaking, saying all manner of things, chastising other, let's say our national leaders, they will say that, these people are serious at all. If you as a youth and you are living in this way, what do you expect your leaders to do? So I want to caution our youth MPs that they should behave well wherever they find themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Kodzi.
Thank you, Speaker House. My name is Salam, the MP for Speaker. I want to comment on the election that characterized the national level. I must commend the IGP Ghana for ensuring that there is peace and serenity in the conduct of the election. We will not require any casualty and do my heart to them. We want to see that duplicate there. I see no by-election because that is an election that everybody will keep an eye on. So I'm just complimenting them that they should just repeat what they do. Now, talking about the overnight developmental project. Well, if there is a new paradigm shift, I think all the MPs should be resigned so that one day that will just into the country and start continuing. I think that would be the best way to go. But I don't think that you wait until a member of parliament dies or maybe is no longer interested in the MPship before you come, because the voice is for the people. You give it to them as and when they need it. It's not because something will come and trigger before you go there and start doing it. That's not how politics should be. Let's elevate the discourse of politics to another level. Then, with the Electoral Commission, yeah, I must say the Electoral Commission over the years, we've had a broken image in front of the political parties. And something that happened during the election, that it was more very intriguing for the NDC was that even what happened even made them believe that they are embedded the current administration. I think an electoral officer forcing someone to go and sign a petition whilst the election is not approved. I think that one alone should clear the political party that whatever that they do for the ministry, they should bring some issues. So that at the end of the day, if the election is being done, everything is being processed fairly, the Electoral Commission will not be sent to court, because at the end of the day, ever since they've appointed the Electoral Commission chairperson, we heard the opposition party said, even if the election, they believe that they break the election for the ruling party. So I beg of them that they should repair their in front of the election, because going for election is going to be a very crucial one. And you want the Ghana that I want, so they should just follow what the Constitution mandates them to do, solely that everybody will be at peace.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Wanda.
Yes. My name is Wanda Nikodemo Damashi, Youth MP for Amanor constituency. Mr. Speaker, I must first congratulate the National Democratic Congress for putting out modalities in place to have their both parliamentary primaries and then presidential primaries. At the national level, we had His Excellency John Dramani Mahama elected as the flag bearer for 2024 general election. And at the constituency levels, we have 256 new parliamentary candidates being retained, some being booted out, for which 16 were booted out, remaining 24. Actually, NDC had their parliamentary election at one, that's Sir Santo Kofi Akpafu Dikwe and then Lolobi, awaiting the creation of the constituency coming next week. And I believe that's a good move. For over the years, 3 years down the line, the good people of SAR does not have representation. And if they don't have representation, who is speaking for them? The same thing happening in Asinov. Since 2021, after Honorable James Gachi-Person has been sworn in. For all this while, Supreme Court placed embargo on him not to carry himself as a member of parliament for the constituency. And all these issues come up. I came with the agreement that when it comes to developmental projects running off day and night when by-elections are approaching are very headache. Because what's happened over the years? We are complaining of the economy, money are not there and all those kind of things. What happened? But all of a sudden, you are interested in a seat that you want to retain or snatch, and then you bring all developmental projects on board, and sharing of monies, clothes, foods, and all kind of things. And we have people or a constituent falling for these politicians? No. I believe the time has come that we should remember the democracy that was adopted by HE Flight Lieutenant John Jerry Rawlings back in 1992. And I believe when we take those steps, making sure that we are people of value, integrity, people of credibility, our way can be found for us. And to the good people of Asinov, I want to tell you that over the years, 3 years down the line, you've been denied representation as a result of your MP, your former MP having alleged dual citizenship, for which the Electoral Commission said he should bring a certificate of renunciation, for which he did at the time of filing. And Supreme Court is saying that the directive given by the Electoral Commission is illegal. I don't get this. I don't get this. So, coming 27th of this June, the elections will be conducted. And I believe that you give the nod to Honorable James Yachikwesi for the NDC to retain that seat, making 137 plus one independent candidate for the progress of the democracy and the enhanced parliament we have in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I believe right now the Ghana Parliament is becoming the weakest arm of government. Because why do I say so? Every 4 years or 3 years, we are going to churn out the experience out of Parliament. For instance, for the NDC side. Then, what the ADF and some key notable people in Parliament. I believe the President should put in some measures so that maybe in 2 years or 5 years to come, if now I'm back to carry going to the Parliament House, I believe we should put in some measures so that they select people based on their profession, so that when they go to understand the business of the work, over the years, people believe that if you go there, it's just a habit of making more money. When you get out to the reality of the you realize that the hammer will cost away. So they're going out, like Honorable Member said, 16 people going out. I believe those who will be voted come back again. This is a place of learning. Please understand that. So I believe they should always standardize the way they do the things so that it's not everybody that can put in this. They will be like a democracy, but just imagine 2016, most of the experience out were moved out of Parliament, and now people are not coming to them. If you're a member of the Finance Committee, you need to gain some experience before you can be a member of maybe a chairperson of the subcommittee. But for instance, Agbe was voted out. That was 2020. Very solid guy. But looking at that, so that means Parliament has lost such a great personality. So the Parliament should really adjust the way they open their need for primaries to do so. Because the flag was open for any man to go. Don't look at the competence level, the profession, because the profession will enable you to understand what at all is going in the Parliament House. If an architect, you go into the Committee of Roads and Transport. If you are a doctor, you go to the health committee. Then you understand the dynamics over there. That will the Parliament should really look at the way they conduct some of this so that Parliament will not be the weakest among the government in the country.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, my honorable members have said it all. So for 50 seconds, I will also say I'm very, very happy for, especially my constituency, for what's happening for the PC which is Honorable Proceedings about. For about 50 years now, I've realized that my constituency have been in the gloomy darkness, where we always take it as it is our own person, it's from our hometown. So we've been elected day in, day out, every day. But in fact, I've realized that the primaries being held this year actually changed the mentality of the people, and they've elected the right person for that matter, not really taking favoritism, political affiliation or family issue into politics again. And also, I think some of us here are delegates, and some of us will also become delegates. When it comes to election, for we to elect people to rule our constituency, we should be very mindful of the policies that the people are bringing on board. And we, the delegates who elect such people, we should see that the policy will be able to help we, the present people, and also take a very look at our generation coming. Not because the people just want the position, so they will give us money, they will give us material things just for the sake of occupying the position and also wasting our resources. And with the upcoming ones, we should be very mindful of considering good policies that will take care of our problems, our woes, so that the generation upcoming will not become victim of such. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are talking on elections, and we cannot close this without hearing from some notable MPs officers, namely Honourable Harriet Sabude, Honourable Elephant, Honourable Soloji, Honourable Amanor. And then, I don't know whether Bruce is an electioneering. Are you an electioneer? Are you an electioneer? Don't worry, let's hear from this people, then We'll take the last comments on that, and then we'll proceed to adjourn the House.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. My name is Untitled Chapter. I'm looking for civilian constituency. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak on the election that the NDC just held. You could see that gradually monetization is losing ground in our politics.
Yes.
Because if you look at some of the constituencies, people that are having money, they lose the election.
Yes.
They lose the election. So I just want to use that opportunity to thank the delegates that they've really done the good job. Yes. You will not wait for someone to come and give you money before you vote for the person. And if the person goes there, the person is going to look for that money. So definitely, there is no development in your constituency again. So I think that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Leader, let's hear from you on this matter.
I'm still putting together.
Okay, Honorable Harriet Abude, let's hear you on this matter. You have a lot to share on this electioneering issue. Yes, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. In this election, I'm so excited because Honourable Kodzi has won. My reason being that, he's one sincere man. He doesn't have the money to share, or let's say, integrity, hard work, intelligence. Once again, I congratulate him wherever he is. Because some people came around thinking because of my names, I should connect them to the top, that money and things. They're very, would I say, intolerable, egoistic maniac. That's in the note. Yeah, intolerable, egoistic maniac. That's how I would tag them. They're so egoistic, thinking they have money in their fold, they are so powerful. The delegates who have the power, they look down upon them, and they feel they give them something, then they have gained grounds again. And people are becoming more mature. They don't want you to buy them with money again so that the work will not be done once you get into Parliament. So I'm very, very excited that people are just being mature these days and doing the right thing. And that's all I can say for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, she spoke on Whole Central because she's the lead film for Whole Central. And the Whole Central election turned out the other way. Most people were thinking, oh, money was going to work. About, let me just claim 3 billionaires. Couldn't see anything though. Yes. Yes, so her comments on this matter is indeed remarkable. Let's now hear from Honorable Leader. And Amanor, then we bring this community.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker in the August House. I think it is a beautiful opportunity for me to give my bite on the electioneering process that has just ended. Yes, we still have some more to come up for the new patriotic party. I want to say, yes, I'm Youth MP for Agbe. So, surprisingly, and then in good events, Agbe did not have any contest, just like the North Tongue. So Honorable Charles Agbeli went unopposed for the second time, and then because of the seemingly good works that he's been doing in the constituency, but more room for improvement, Honorable Charles Agbeli. Then also I want to say, this delegates election has made politics very monetized. And so anybody that comes as the highest bidder stands a chance of winning. When you go across all the 275 constituencies, anyway, some constituencies did not vote, like Ayasu, West, and YIP. But we are saying a lot of the delegates are turning a new leaf and then choosing quality over people coming. But I must say, I really do not agree with that. That is maybe one out of many. Even in these constituencies that we are saying the delegates have become discerning, they still gave out money. And so, what is it? I'm really saying we should take the money and then reject the people that comes with the money and choose whoever that is quality. Let us advocate for the complete take away of monetization in our politics. Let us take it away. We need a complete overhauling of our delegates across every divide, whether NPP, whether NDC. Every election that is delegates concerned needs a complete overhauling. So if we are able to spring out the ones that are not, that are coming in just because of the money, we can be able to be sure, because it starts at the grassroots level. So if the grassroots is failed, definitely it's going to continue from the constituency to the region, and the monetization will fly over. So I think that we need a complete overhauling in our delegates elections across all the political divides. Those in Asin North, look out for quality, even as you go into the next elections. It's just 27th, and then you know what is best for Asin North. Give it to him, and then you have a better Asin North. Those that are coming in for the NPP parliamentary and then presidential elections, I think that, yes, it is not about the NPP, it is about Ghana. And so whatever candidates they are bringing out, Youth Impact Parliament, we urge them to give us a very credible candidate that can compete with His Excellency John Dramani Mahama for the 2024 elections. So I wish everybody all the best, and then all the campus elections also have been monetized. We hope that it will change in the coming days, and then we take it from there. Kudos to the IGP and then his men. At least we have had a non-incident election across the country, where for the first time we have not lost lives because somebody wants to get power. Kudos to the IGP, and kudos to the Electoral Commission for also playing an instrumental role, even though there has been 1 or 2 hitches. And all the candidates who lost, go back and then continue to do good. Maybe good fortunes will find you someday. Congratulations.
Thank you very much for the notable comments. We'll take the last one from Honorable Amanor, and then I'll conclude on this matter, and then we'll proceed to adjourn the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and the guest house. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of election across the country, as far as the NDC primaries and then the upcoming primaries of the MPP is concerned, notably Ningo Prampram constituency, we had a very tough day because we all knew what happened. A lot of people didn't want Honorable Sam George returning back to Parliament by virtue of what he stood for as far as the LGBT community is concerned. But always, the good shall prevail. In the last primaries, he won by just 7 vote margin, and people was of the argument that it was a very slim win. This time around, he made sure that he was able to beat Honorable Michael by 400 vote margin, telling him that probably it was not by noise, but it's by action. And I'm very glad that he's returning back to Parliament. Looking at the election in general, I've not really heard about vote buying that much among the NDC space. I don't know probably whether it has happened or it has not happened. Maybe it might have happened, but it looks like it is on the low this time around. But it looks like the delegates this time around are, right now, we are having much, how do I put it, illiterates among them who will not be swayed away by money or sweet talks. Currently, the delegates are very descending, because with the light of the whole central election, people rented bulldozers to come and deceive the delegates and the likes. No, we've gone past that, and I'm happy that gradually Ghana we are getting there as far as the monetization of the policies is concerned. We can't rule it out from the system entirely, but we can minimize it. We can minimize it only when we, the delegates, are holding those who are participating in the election to their policies rather than their money. As a presiding member was here, I wanted to ask him, but it will look too, what's the name? It will come like a personal attack kind of. Because anytime president nominates a GC, it automatically becomes a cocoa season for the assembly members. Yes, it automatically becomes a cocoa season for the assembly members. Whoever don't pay, because he made mention of him being, he got what, 23 and he increased to 25 and then to 30. He gave no curfew happened before that confirmation came. Are you getting it? So it's all good. Gradually we are getting there. To the MPP primaries that will be happening in November, we hope and pray that everything will go smooth as it has been planned. No matter what the situation, whoever the delegate decides on become the choices of the MPP fraternity. And going to the 2024 election, we know by every means possible, breaking the 8 will be very easy. Looking at the fact that the old Mama is coming back with the old style of doing things and the track record of the party, breaking the 8 will be very easy with whoever presidential candidate that we present as a party. So far as Mama is a presidential candidate, we don't have a problem as a party as far as our elections are concerned. The only thing I only wish for is that money shouldn't be the center of the day, of which I know by all means possible, money will be the center of the upcoming primaries. People will try to find their way through with money, but I will only call on the delegates to only vote for whoever they deem fit will be able to do the work rather than the money. And I'm sure Honorable Jones voted in the current primaries. I'm sure you didn't even mind who has money or who didn't have money. So that is why I'm advising that going into the future, majority of all of us should go into this delegate space. That irrespective of whatever money you come with, you can't go and rent bulldozer and come and tell us that that is the bulldozer that you bought for the constituency and more will come when they vote for it, which you know very well that is not the situation that we have at hand. So I'm very glad. The NDC, one with the other, did very good. They did very well. The constituencies that they realized that there will be tension, they halted the elections in that particular constituencies for, how do I put it, for them to re-look into those issues so that there will be no violence or uproar in those particular constituencies. As enough, we won easily by the NPP. We don't have a problem there as far as that particular constituency is concerned. Honorable question, he should just go back to Canada as it was before. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, honorable members. On this matter of electioneering, I, as Speaker, I cannot comment politically. So I'm just going to go straight forward to wish the winners the best in the 2024 and the soon to be done NPP one as well. For NDC, they are already done so. And then also, may I, on behalf of the House, congratulate the following youth MPs who have emerged as executives of H2SRC. Honorable Tetteh as the new SRC President-elect. Ms. Grace Fafali Agbeli as the new General Secretary-elect. And then also Mr. Enoch as the new Organizing Secretary-elect. Churchill is not an MP, same as is it the other Enoch, right? There are two Enochs. But we are hoping that they will apply for the 3rd Parliament. We hope them more in their discharge. Worthy of noting is one of the guest speakers, the first guest speaker for our virtual youth seminar, Honorable Agbeli, who was the first person we had, January 2022. He contested and won by a vote. On behalf of the House, we are congratulating him because he served us before. On behalf of the House, we congratulate him on his win as aspiring Member of Parliament for catching up on the ticket of the NDC. And also to come to a catching up, our own patron, Honorable Peter Machukot, contested, and it is the 5th term he's going for, and he won the primaries. On behalf of the House, we extend our congratulations to him as well. And also, the MC for whole Municipal Assembly, Honorable Divine Ivan Bosson is hoping to contest for Post Central on the tickets of the MPP. Since he's our patron, we extend our congratulations to him in advance, and then within the future to God Almighty. The incumbent MP did not contest on the NEC side, the Honorable and the Kodzi emerged. And I think that's all the congratulations so far. I wish them well in their endeavors. Of course, we wish that monetization will end, but it starts from us. We are monetizing SRC elections. We are monetizing NASPA elections. We are monetizing news elections, Twitter, and all of them. And we want National to stop. Is that the kind of news we want to be? It starts from now. If we stop the monetization from the bottom, to stop over there. Yes, of course that we are a youth parliament. It's not every process that we adopt from national. The ones that are not good, we don't adopt them. So it is bound on us and incumbent on us to adopt the good practices. So that is my wish, and I thank them all for this electioneering process that has happened. Other members, as already agreed, item 13, 14, 15 is hereby postponed to the joint sitting that we'll have on the 23rd with Youth Model Parliament. Please, members, we are on the minority side. Go and rehearse so that we can win this debate. I bless you.
Yeah.
Up to now, almost 7. We are very, very grateful for being with us. You've done what Napoleon cannot do, and all that you are saying is, may the Lord Almighty bless you, and the blessings of YIP fall on you. So, Mr. Speaker, without any other deliberations, I hereby move for the adjournment of the sitting to the 12th parliamentary sitting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second now, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker, I respond to the name Hubert Agbahode, the Deputy Minority Leader for the Agbe House and the Youth MP for Akachi North constituency. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank our guest speaker, Mr. Joshua Tetteh, and then our guest of honor, Honorable Mawunyo Agbe, for gracing the occasion or the sitting and giving us more insights about how our local governance operates and then how parliamentary service also operates. And I would like to thank our honorable members, most especially members of the minority side, for coming in their numbers, outnumbering the majority as always. I would like to commend them going forward to the 3rd Parliament. I would like to thank our observers that also came in their numbers to add to the numbers that we are already having. I would like to thank them and hope to see them actively in our 3rd parliamentary sitting or in our 3rd parliament. Mr. Speaker, I would like to accept the motion being moved by the majority whip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, before I put the question on the motion, may I thank all members of Parliament and observers who have come to observe this 11th parliamentary sitting of the 2nd Parliament. Champion observer. Yes, and our champion observer. I'm quite amazed that some MPs are still seated. Usually by this time, the House is empty. But I want to thank you all for your commitment and dedication to duty. I want to thank my Deputy Executive Directors and the movement for equally helping me administer over the entire movement, and then the leaders of Parliament for equally aiding us. I also want to thank our acting Deputy Clerks and Deputy Clerk Publicity for acting as Clerk. The beautiful ladies, thank you so much. I think we have the Henrietta, then we have the Victoria, then we have the Becky, and then Cyril, As you can see today here, it's a full house, acting full house on the high table. So I want to thank them all. We are not yet certain whether or not the 12th sitting will be virtual, because the 12th sitting, we are not inviting any guests. We are not inviting any guests as a matter of purpose. It's prior to the dissolution. The most important thing to discuss there is debate, updates on the formation of the 3rd Parliament, and then the report from the Ad hoc Privileges Committee. And then, if possible, we can have a very hot debate. Because I was telling the majority that for the 1st Parliament, we had a lot of time to debate, because all our guests were coming on the virtual space. But unfortunately, or fortunately, for the 2nd Parliament, all our guests prefer to come physical, eating into our debate time. So in the 2nd Parliament, we didn't have adequate time to properly debate. So I would love that the 2nd to last sitting, we just have the entire time to debate a very hot motion. So I put it to the business committee to look for a very hot motion for us. Whether or not to do it virtual or physical is up to the Parliamentary Service Board. But we need to do a very hot debate before we dissolve the House. Apart from the 5th sitting, that sometimes I go and watch the proceedings, we have not had very hot debates. I still remember the 5th sitting, with the rebuttals from Honorable and Erasmus, on and off. It was very sweet. But we need to have one hot debate before we dissolve this one. So please, let's look into the possible motions. And then, as already said, we will clearly communicate to all the appointee MPs who fail to turn up that they have duly been dissolved, and will issue a communique to that effect. They will not be given certificates. The certificates are ready, but their certificates will be deleted and their records will be expunged out of the records. We need to keep the record that we set. This youth parliament, as my deputy honorable has said, is different from all other youth parliaments. We are not a dormant house. Other houses don't even meet the entire year. But we meet once a year. It is all for our grooming. I and you have all benefited from this capacity building, and we know that what we are doing here is not in vain. From the networks that we are building, from the people seeing us and our capacity, what we are doing here is no joke. And we all know that we are benefiting. So I want to thank all the people who have seen this vision and are dedicated to duty. I want to thank you all. Please, Deputy Clerks, after we leave, don't bring the rush, let us take the numbers. Who knows? We are incoming MPs or assistant clerks. So I want to thank you so much for that. And then this time around, I was trying to see if anyone would compete me. You know, in the last parliament, I didn't miss any sitting. But in this parliament, the number has increased. I thought I would be the only one who don't miss any sitting. But now, Amanor will not allow me. Hubert will not allow me. Harriet will not allow me. And then all of them, they will not allow me. Zero inclusive. They won't allow me to be the only person holding that record. Well, it's very good to share the record. We are hoping that in the next parliament, the record holders of consistent MPs would increase. Honourable members, what we are doing is no joke. You might not get allowance as it is a voluntary thing, but what we are giving you is more than what money will give you. It is not 100 cities that will solve your problem, 50 cities. It is not those petty catchet or no coffee that will solve your problem. He who builds a child, sends him to school. You are helping him better than giving him job money for a day. And that is what we are doing. I want to thank all the people who have picked this vision, and there is more in stock for you. The next parliament promises to be more exciting, as we will have more roles for everyone to play. So I want to thank you very much. Honourable members, on this note, I put the question to the House. that this Honorable House do adjourn to its 12th parliamentary sitting yet to be dated in June. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Not in favor of the motion say nay. Honourable members, I am highly certain that the ayes have it. The motion carries. Therefore, this House do accordingly stands adjourned. I thank you.